Hello everyone and welcome back to Nightmare Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. The first time it happened, I thought it was just Henry playing another one of his pranks. I was 17, old enough to be a junior counselor at Camp Alprev. Young enough to still feel the weight of responsibility pressing against my chest like a stone. The French Alps stretched around us in their ancient silence, peaks cutting the sky like broken teeth. And somewhere in that vastness, something had begun to notice me. It started 3 days into the 2 program. I was leading a group of older teenagers down the familiar trail that wound along the Réseau du Diablot, the Devil's Brook as the locals called it. The name should have been my first warning. But at 17, you think you're invincible. You think the darkness that lives in old places can't touch you. The brook itself seemed harmless enough. Crystal clear water tumbled over smooth stones, creating a gentle symphony that should have been soothing. But there was something underneath that sound. A whisper that made the hair on my arm stand up. A frequency that seemed to bypass my ears and speak directly to the primitive part of my brain that still remembered when humans were prey. I was adjusting my backpack, checking the group ahead when I felt it, fingers threading through my hair with an intimacy that made my skin crawl. The touch was cold, deliberate, and unmistakably real. My scalp tingled as someone wound strands of my dark hair around invisible fingers and pulled. Not hard, not violent, almost gentle, like a lover's caress. That somehow made it worse. I spun around, heartwarming, expecting to find Henri grinning behind me. But there was nothing except the whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant laughter of my charges as they continued down the trail, oblivious. Very funny, I called out, voice cracking slightly. But Henri was 50 yards ahead, deep in conversation with Amélie about proper hiking posture. Too far away, too distracted. I stood there for a long moment, the brook chattering beside me, feeling watched by unseen eyes. The sensation crawled across my skin like spiders made of ice. When I finally caught up with the group, I kept glancing over my shoulder, but the trail behind me remained empty. That night, lying in my narrow bunk, I found the first mark, a perfect circle of bruised flesh on the back of my neck, just below my hairline, dark purple against my pale skin, about the size of a coin. It was tender to the touch, and when I pressed it, I could swear I felt an echo of that cold caress. The camp director, Madame Dubois, noticed me touching it at breakfast. Her weathered face creased with concern as she asked if I was feeling well, if perhaps the altitude was affecting me. I mumbled something about sleeping wrong, about the unfamiliar pillow, and she nodded sympathetically, but her eyes lingered on my neck with an expression I couldn't quite read. The second incident came 4 days later. I was returning from the supply shed, arms full of rope and carabiners for the afternoon's rock climbing session when the path took me past the brook again. The water looked different in the afternoon light, darker, somehow, more secretive. The sound it made seemed to carry words in a language I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. Come closer. I stopped walking, muscles tensing. The voice was so faint it might have been imagination, but it carried a weight that made my bones ache. Against every instinct screaming at me to turn around, I found myself stepping toward the water's edge. The brook was maybe 6 feet wide at this point, shallow enough that I could see every pebble on the bottom. Nothing unusual about it. Nothing that should have made my heart race or my palm sweat. But as I crouched beside the bank, pretending to examine the clarity of the water, I felt it again. This time, the invisible fingers were more insistent. They tangled in my hair, twisted it around themselves with increasing urgency. The pulling was stronger, too. Not quite painful, but impossible to ignore. I could feel each individual strand being selected, caressed, claimed. I jerked backward, dropping half the climbing gear. The metallic clatter echoed off the surrounding trees, and somewhere in that sound, I heard something else. A sigh of disappointment that seemed to come from the water itself. When I returned to camp that evening, there were 3 more bruises on my neck. Darker this time, and arranged in a pattern that looked almost like fingerprints. Sleep became elusive. I'd lie awake listening to the distant murmur of the brook, imagining I could hear my name woven into its endless song. During the day, I found myself making excuses to avoid the trails that ran near the water. I'd take the longer routes, the steeper climbs, anything to keep distance between myself and whatever lived in those crystalline depths. But the camp's layout made complete avoidance impossible. The brook curved through the valley like a silver serpent, touching every major trail at some point, and I was beginning to suspect it knew I was avoiding it. The dream started on the 7th night. I was standing in the brook, water swirling around my ankles, though I had no memory of walking into it. The current was stronger than it should have been, tugging at my legs with surprising force. Above me, the alpine sky had turned the color of old blood, and the peaks seemed closer than they should be, pressing in like the walls of a vast cathedral. Something moved beneath the surface. Not fish. The shape was too large, too fluid. It rose toward me with the slow inevitability of a bubble of air. And as it breached the surface, I saw that it wasn't a creature at all. It was a face, human, but wrong in ways my sleeping mind couldn't quite grasp. The features seemed to shift and flow like the water itself, never settling into a stable configuration. But the eyes were constant, deep green, ancient, and filled with a hunger that made my dream self whimper. The mouth opened, revealing depths that should not have existed in anything that once walked on land. When it spoke, its voice was the sound of water over stone, of centuries of rain wearing away mountain faces. You taste of sunlight and fear. I have been so long alone. I woke with a scream caught in my throat and water in my lungs. No, not water. Just the memory of water, so vivid I was coughing and gasping for breath. My bunkmate, a practical German boy named Klaus, mumbled sleepily about bad dreams and turned over. But I lay there shivering until dawn, running my fingers over the expanding constellation of bruises that now covered my neck and shoulders. By the 10th day, I was becoming desperate. The bruises were getting harder to hide, and my increasingly erratic behavior was drawing attention. Henry had asked me twice if I was feeling all right. His usually jovial expression clouded with worry. Even some of the campers were beginning to notice. I'd caught them whispering about how jumpy I'd become, how I'd started at every unexpected sound. I considered telling someone. The rational part of my brain, the part that still believed in logical explanations, insisted that I was having some kind of breakdown. Stress, altitude, the pressure of responsibility. Any of these could explain the hallucinations, the dreams, even the physical marks. Scratching in my sleep, maybe some kind of allergic reaction. But the marks weren't random. They formed patterns, constellations of bruising that looked almost like letters in an alphabet I didn't recognize. And they were getting more numerous, spreading down my back in configurations that would have been impossible for me to inflict on myself. On the 11th morning, I made a decision that probably saved what remained of my sanity. I was going to confront whatever was in the water. If it was real, I'd find a way to appease it, to convince it to leave me alone. If it was all in my head, then maybe facing the delusion head-on would break its hold over me. I waited until the afternoon rest period when the camp was quiet and most of the counselors were either napping or playing cards in the main lodge. The sun was high overhead, casting everything in sharp relief. And I told myself that nothing truly malevolent could exist in such bright, clean light. I was wrong. The brook looked the same as always, innocuous, almost cheerful in the mountain sunshine. But as I approached, I felt that familiar chill, as if I were walking into a pocket of winter air. The sound of the water changed, too, becoming more complex, more melodic, like a song written specifically for me. I knelt at the water's edge, close enough that I could see my reflection wavering in the current. My face looked older than it should have, marked by dark circles under my eyes and hollow cheeks that spoke of too little sleep and too much fear. "What do you want from me?" I whispered to my reflection. The answer came not as words, but as sensation. The invisible fingers were back, but this time they were everywhere, threading through my hair, tracing the line of my jaw, following the curve of my neck down to where my shirt collar began. The touch was no longer gentle. It was possessive, mapping my skin like someone memorizing a landscape they intended to claim. I tried to pull back, but something held me in place. Not physical restraint. It was more subtle than that. The compulsion came from inside, a desire I didn't recognize as my own. I wanted to lean forward, to let the water close over my head, to finally meet whatever had been calling to me all these nights. Soon, the voice whispered, and this time, I was certain it wasn't imagination. The word carried the weight of promise and threat in equal measure. When the choosing is complete. The choosing. The phrase echoed in my mind as I finally managed to tear myself away from the water's edge. I stumbled back toward camp, legs shaking, that phrase repeating like a mantra. What was being chosen? Who was doing the choosing? And why did I have the horrible suspicion that I already knew the answer? That night, as I lay sleepless in my bunk, I heard footsteps outside. Soft, deliberate, moving with the rhythm of someone who knew exactly where they were going. I held my breath, listening, and the footsteps stopped directly outside our cabin. For a long moment, there was silence. Then came the sound I'd been dreading, the gentle whisper of the brook, impossibly close, as if the water itself had come calling. When morning came, Klaus's bunk was empty. The sheets were damp with something that smelled like mountain streams and tasted of copper when I touched it to my tongue. His hiking boots were gone, but his other belongings remained untouched. Madame Dubois organized search parties, of course. We scoured every trail, every crevice, every hidden valley for miles around. But I knew we wouldn't find him. Not alive anyway. The brook had made its choice. And Klaus, quiet, sensible Klaus, who had never done anything to attract attention, had answered the call that should have been meant for me. The bruises on my neck began to fade that day. I should have felt relief. Instead, I felt a gnawing certainty that this was far from over. The brook had taken Klaus, yes, but I could still hear it singing in the distance. Still feel those invisible fingers occasionally ghosting through my hair when I wasn't expecting it. I was no longer the chosen one, but I wasn't free. Either. On our last night at camp, as the other counselors packed and shared stories about the summer, I found myself drawn one final time to the water's edge. The brook looked peaceful in the moonlight, almost ordinary. But when I knelt beside it and looked into the depths, I saw something that made my blood turn to ice water in my veins. Klaus's face, pale and perfect, looked back at me from just beneath the surface. His eyes were open and they held an expression of such contentment that I nearly wept. He mouthed a single word. Beautiful. Then the current carried him away deeper into the mountain's heart, and I was left alone with the sound of choosing waters and the terrible knowledge that some hungers are never satisfied. They only pause between meals. I returned to Paris the next morning, but the Alps followed me home. In the sound of rain against my window, in the whisper of water through pipes, in every reflection that wavered just a little too long before settling into familiar shapes. Because the brook hadn't just taken Klaus, it had tasted me, too. Mapped every inch of my fear and wonder, and found me. Interesting. The bruises are completely gone now. But sometimes in the shower or caught off guard by a mirror, I think I see new ones forming. And when I sleep, I dream of green water and ancient voices of being chosen for something I can't yet understand. The acceptance letter from Camp Alpen Rave arrived yesterday, inviting me back as a senior counselor for next summer. The paper still smells faintly of mountain streams. I haven't decided yet whether I'll accept, but I think we all know I will. Shot. The autumn air carried something different, a frequency that made his teeth ache and his vision blur at the edges. He'd been photographing the campus for 3 years, documenting the seasonal changes for his senior portfolio. But the light that day seemed to move wrong, casting shadows that bent in impossible directions. Marcus and Elena had joined him reluctantly, their conversation about midterm stress fading as the sun began its descent behind the administration building. The hill offered the best vantage point on campus, a small rise that overlooked the quad and the dormitories beyond. Jake had discovered it during his freshman year when homesickness and insomnia drove him to wander the grounds after midnight. Now it was their regular spot, a place where the three of them could escape the claustrophobia of lecture halls and cramped dorm rooms. "Look at that light," Marcus said, though his voice carried an undertone Jake couldn't place. The pre-med student rarely showed interest in photography, but something about the way the dying sun fractured through the trees seemed to captivate him. Elena nodded absently, her psychology textbook forgotten in her lap as she stared toward the horizon. Jake raised his Canon 5D Mark IV, a graduation gift from parents who still believed their son would pursue a sensible career in journalism rather than the fine arts. Through the viewfinder, the world compressed into manageable frames, reality reduced to composition and light ratios. He'd grown comfortable hiding behind the camera, using it as a barrier between himself and the complications of senior year, the uncertainty about the future, the growing distance between old friends, the persistent feeling that everyone else had figured out something he'd missed. That's when he saw them. Two figures stood near the edge of the campus, just beyond the main pathway that led to the parking lots. At first glance, they appeared to be maintenance workers or perhaps late departing faculty members, their forms silhouetted against the copper sky. One raised his hand in what looked like a casual wave. The other mirrored the gesture a moment later, their movements synchronized in a way that struck Jake as oddly mechanical. He lowered the camera and squinted toward the distant figures. From this distance, they were little more than dark shapes against the golden backdrop, but something about their posture nagged at him. They stood perfectly still, except for their waving arms, which moved with metronomic precision. "Do you guys see those people down there?" Jake asked, pointing toward the figures. Marcus and Elena followed his gaze, their expression shifting from casual interest to something approaching concern. Elena shaded her eyes with her hand. "Where exactly are you looking?" "By the pathway." Two guys waving. Jake lifted the camera again, using the zoom to bring the figures into sharper focus. The telephoto lens compressed the distance, making the men appear larger and more defined against the evening sky. "They're right." The words died in his throat. Through the 200mm lens, the figures became clear enough to reveal details that shouldn't have been possible. Both men appeared middle-aged, wearing dark clothing that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the ambient light. Their faces were visible but strangely uniform, as if cast from the same mold with minor variations. But it was the space around them that made Jake's hands begin to tremble. The air surrounding both figures shimmered with an interference pattern like television static made visible. The effect created a rectangular frame around each man, precise and sharp-edged, as if they were images being projected onto the landscape rather than physical beings standing within it. The static didn't extend beyond these invisible boundaries, and the grasp beneath their feet appeared undisturbed, as if they cast no weight upon the earth. Jake's finger found the shutter release automatically, the camera clicking several times in rapid succession. The autofocus hunted between the figures in the background, unable to lock onto anything solid. The static seemed to interfere with the camera's sensors, creating exposure readings that fluctuated wildly despite the steady evening light. "What's wrong?" Marcus moved closer, his voice tight with concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Jake lowered the camera slowly, blinking hard to clear his vision. When he looked toward the figures with his naked eyes, they appeared normal again, just two distant people engaged in an innocent gesture. But the memory of what he'd seen through the lens remained vivid, burned into his retinas like the after-image of a camera flash. "Nothing," he managed, though his voice came out strained. "Just thought I saw something weird." Elena studied his face with the analytical intensity she brought to her psychology coursework. "Weird how?" Jake raised the camera again, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusted the focus. The static was still there, more pronounced now, creating ripple effects that seemed to bend the light around the figures. Their waving continued with mechanical precision, neither man showing any variation in timing or gesture. They faced the hill directly, as if they knew they were being observed. The rational part of Jake's mind, the part trained by 3 years of journalism classes to verify sources and question assumptions, suggested several explanations. Heat distortion could create visual artifacts, especially during temperature changes at sunset. Digital cameras were prone to censor noise under certain lighting conditions. The stress of senior year, combined with too much caffeine and too little sleep, could easily produce hallucinations or misperceptions. But the static was too regular, too defined to be random interference. And there was something else, something that made his stomach clench with primitive unease. The figures weren't just waving, they were waving at him. Every time he raised the camera, their gestures intensified, becoming more animated and deliberate. I need to get closer, Jake said, surprising himself with the decision. Marcus grabbed his arm as he started down the hill. Closer to what? There's nobody there, man. Jake stopped, turning to stare at his friend. What do you mean there's nobody there? You can see them, right? The two guys by the pathway. Marcus and Elena exchanged a look that made Jake's chest tighten. Elena spoke carefully, using the same tone she employed when discussing delicate case studies in her abnormal psychology class. Jake, I don't see anyone. The pathway is empty. The world seemed to tilt slightly, reality shifting on its axis. Jake looked back toward the figures, who continued their mechanical waving with increased urgency. Through the camera's LCD screen, he could see them clearly, their static framed forms impossible to deny. But his friends saw nothing. He considered the possibility that he was experiencing some form of breakdown. Stress-induced hallucinations weren't uncommon among college students, especially during senior year. The pressure of impending graduation, combined with uncertainty about the future, could manifest in various psychological symptoms. He'd read enough of Elena's textbooks to recognize the signs. But the camera saw them, too. That had to mean something. Jake took several more photographs, each click of the shutter capturing images that would either validate his sanity or confirm his descent into madness. The figures never stopped waving, their movements growing more frantic as the light continued to fade. The static around them intensified, creating interference patterns that hurt to look at directly. We should head back, Elena said, her voice carefully neutral. It's getting dark. Jake nodded absently, still watching the figures through his viewfinder. As the sun disappeared completely behind the buildings, the two men began to fade, their forms becoming translucent before vanishing entirely. The static lingered for a few moments longer, then dissipated like smoke. The walk back to the dormitories passed in uncomfortable silence. Marcus and Elena flanked Jake protectively, their concern palpable despite their attempts to maintain normal conversation. Jake clutched his camera like a lifeline, its weight reassuring against his chest. Whatever he'd seen, whatever had happened on that hill, the images were captured now, preserved in digital form. In his dorm room, Jake connected the camera to his laptop with shaking hands. The familiar ritual of downloading and processing images usually calmed him, providing a sense of control and purpose. Tonight, it felt like approaching the edge of a cliff. The first few images appeared normal, standard sunset shots with proper exposure and sharp focus. Then he reached the photographs of the figures, and his blood turned to ice water in his veins. The men were there exactly as he'd seen them through the lens. The static frames surrounded their forms like television screens broadcasting from some unknown source. But there were new details visible in the high-resolution files. Details that made Jake's vision swim and his hands clench involuntarily. The men's faces were identical. Not similar, identical, perfect duplicates down to the last detail, as if one had been copied and pasted over the other. Their eyes stared directly into the camera with an intelligence that transcended the flatness of recorded images. And behind them, barely visible through the static interference, were more figures. Dozens of them, all identical, all waving with the same mechanical precision. Jake zoomed in on the image, his software struggling to interpolate the pixelated static. The interference pattern seemed to contain information like data encoded in visual noise. Random shapes resolved into almost recognizable forms. Letters that might have been words. Symbols that suggested meaning without quite achieving it. A message. They were trying to send him a message. Jake spent the next 3 hours analyzing every frame, adjusting contrast and brightness, applying filters to reduce the static interference. The more he enhanced the images, the more details emerged. The figures weren't standing on grass. They were standing on what appeared to be concrete or asphalt, a surface that didn't match the campus landscape. Behind them, barely visible through the digital noise, were structures that looked distinctly institutional. Hospital corridors perhaps, or office buildings. By 3 o'clock in the morning, Jake had developed a theory that made his skin crawl with its implications. The figures weren't ghosts or hallucinations. They were recordings somehow projected into the physical world through means he couldn't begin to understand. But recordings of what? And why could only he see them? He printed the clearest image on his photo printer. The static frames appearing as grey rectangles around the identical men. In physical form, removed from the digital environment, the photograph looked even more surreal. Jake pinned it to his bulletin board next to his class schedule and scholarship application deadlines. A tangible reminder that reality wasn't as stable as he'd once believed. Sleep came in fragments, interrupted by dreams of static screens and endless corridors filled with waving figures. Jake woke several times to check the photograph, half convinced it would show something different in the darkness. But the men remained constant, their mechanical gestures frozen in silver hallie and paper. The next evening, Jake returned to Meridian Hill alone. Marcus and Elena had tried to dissuade him, their concern evident despite their attempts to remain supportive. They thought he was having some kind of episode, and Jake couldn't entirely disagree with their assessment. But he needed to know if the figures would appear again. He arrived an hour before sunset, setting up his equipment with methodical precision. The camera settings were optimized for low-light conditions. The telephoto lens cleaned and calibrated. If the figures returned, he would be ready. As the golden hour approached, Jake scanned the campus through his viewfinder, searching for any sign of the static-framed men. The pathway remained empty, populated only by the usual evening foot traffic of students and faculty heading home. For a moment, Jake felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. Perhaps it had been a one-time hallucination, a stress-induced anomaly that would fade with time. Then he saw them again. This time, there were 4 figures arranged in a neat line beside the pathway. Their waving was more coordinated now, a synchronized gesture that created a rhythm Jake could almost feel in his bones. The static frames were larger and more defined, extending several feet in all directions around each figure. And they were closer, much closer than before. Jake's hands shook as he adjusted the focus, bringing the figures into sharp relief. Their identical faces smiled with disturbing uniformity, expressions that conveyed neither warmth nor malice, but something disturbingly neutral. They wore different clothing now, business suits instead of the dark casual wear from the previous day, but their faces remained absolutely identical. As Jake watched through the camera, one of the figures broke from the line and began walking toward the hill. Its movement was fluid, but somehow wrong, lacking the natural variations of human gait. The static frame moved with it, maintaining its rectangular boundary around the advancing figure. Jake lowered the camera and looked toward the pathway with his naked eyes. Empty space. Nothing there but the usual evening shadows. But through the lens, the figure continued its approach, now close enough that Jake could make out individual details of its impossible existence. The urge to run was overwhelming. Every primitive instinct screaming at him to flee from this violation of natural law, but fascination held him in place. The photographer's compulsion to document overriding his fear. He continued shooting frame after frame as the figure drew closer to the base of the hill. When it stopped, perhaps 50 yards away, Jake could see that its smile had changed. The expression was no longer neutral, but predatory, a grin that suggested knowledge of things Jake couldn't begin to comprehend. The figure raised its hand again, not in a wave, but in a beaconing gesture. It wanted him to come closer. Jake's rational mind catalogued all the reasons this couldn't be real. Mass hallucinations didn't follow consistent patterns. Stress-induced psychosis didn't create detailed photographable imagery. Technology didn't malfunction in ways that produced coherent false information. Yet here he stood, camera in hand, documenting the impossible. The figure began moving again, this time circling the base of the hill with mechanical precision. Its static frame left no trace on the grass, created no disturbance in the natural world, but its presence was undeniable. A violation of reality that made Jake's teeth ache and his vision blur. Other figures began appearing along the campus perimeter, all identical, all surrounded by their rectangular frames of interference. They formed a loose circle around Meridian Hill, their positions creating a geometry that hurt to contemplate directly. Jake counted at least a dozen before losing track. The static frames beginning to overlap and merge in his peripheral vision. The beckoning figure had completed its circuit and now stood directly below Jake's position on the hill. Through the camera's LCD screen, Jake could see that its mouth was moving, forming words that produced no sound. The lips moved with careful precision, repeating the same phrase over and over. Jake wasn't a skilled lipreer, but the words seemed simple enough. 2 syllables repeated with mechanical insistence. As he watched, other figures joined in the silent chant, their identical mouths forming the same soundless words. Come down. Come down. Come down. The message was clear enough, but Jake remained frozen on the hill, torn between terror and curiosity. The figures waited with infinite patience, their static frames creating a visual snow that made his eyes water. Time seemed to stretch, the normal progression of sunset slowing to an unnatural crawl. Finally, Jake made his decision. He packed his equipment with deliberate care, each movement calculated to avoid sudden gestures that might trigger some kind of response from the watching figures. When everything was secured, he began his descent down the far side of the hill, away from the pathway and the beckoning figure. The static-framed men tracked his movement with perfect coordination, their heads turning in unison to follow his progress, but they made no attempt to intercept him, content to observe from their positions around the campus perimeter. Jake reached the base of the hill and broke into a run, sprinting across the quad toward the safety of the dormitories. Behind him, he could feel their identical gazes, like weight pressing against his shoulder blades. In his room, Jake downloaded the evening's photographs with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. The images were even more detailed than before, showing the figures with crystal clarity that made their impossible nature even more disturbing. He could see the texture of their clothing, the individual hairs on their identical heads, the precise engineering of their mechanical smiles. But it was the background details that made his blood freeze. In several photographs, barely visible through the static interference, Jake could make out structures that definitely weren't part of the campus, hospital equipment, monitoring devices, and in one particularly clear image, what appeared to be a bed with restraints. The final photograph in the sequence showed something that made Jake's camera slip from his nerveless fingers. The beckoning figure stood in the foreground, its static frame perfectly defined. But behind it, emerging from the interference like a message written in snow, were words, blocky, pixelated letters that spelled out a simple phrase, Ward 7, East Wing. Jake stared at the image until his vision blurred, trying to convince himself he was misreading the digital artifacts. But the words remained constant, burned into the static like a brand. He spent the rest of the night researching Ward 7 East Wing, following digital breadcrumbs through hospital directories and medical facility databases. What he found made his understanding of reality crumble like sand. Ward 7 East Wing was a psychiatric facility that had been closed for renovation 3 months ago. The patients had been transferred to other institutions, the staff reassigned. But according to the records Jake uncovered in archived news articles, there had been an incident during the evacuation. A dozen patients had gone missing during the transfer, their whereabouts unknown. The incident had been covered up, the media reports vague and contradictory. Official statements blamed administrative confusion and communication breakdowns. But Jake found forum posts and social media comments that painted a different picture. Staff members speaking anonymously about patients who simply vanished, leaving no trace except their medical records and the persistent feeling that they were still being watched. The missing patients had all been suffering from the same condition, a rare form of dissociative disorder that caused them to believe they were living in a filmed reality, that their lives were being broadcast to unseen observers. Treatment had been experimental, involving exposure therapy and reality reconstruction techniques that pushed the boundaries of ethical medicine. Now they were gone, their whereabouts unknown. And Jake was seeing them, documenting their impossible presence with technology that couldn't lie. The implications circled in his mind like vultures, each more disturbing than the last. Were the figures really there, somehow existing in a space between reality and recording, or was he experiencing the same dissociative symptoms that had plagued the missing patients? Jake looked at his reflection in his laptop screen, searching for signs of the mechanical expressions he'd photographed. His face appeared normal, showing appropriate emotional responses and natural variations in expression. But doubt had taken root, growing like a tumor in his certainty about what was real. The next morning brought no relief. Jake moved through his classes in a haze, unable to concentrate on lectures about journalism ethics and photographic composition. Every reflective surface seemed to show him slightly wrong. Every shadow appeared to move with suspicious purpose. His friends' concern deepened. Their attempts at conversation met with distracted responses and paranoid glances. That evening, Jake made a decision that felt both inevitable and terrifying. He would return to Ward 7, East Wing, camera in hand, and confront whatever truth waited there. If the figures were real, he would document their existence with irrefutable evidence. If they were hallucinations, then perhaps seeing their supposed origin would break the spell and restore his sanity. The psychiatric facility sat on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by construction barriers and warning signs about renovation work. Jake parked his car in the empty lot and approached the building with his camera bag slung over his shoulder. The autumn air carried the scent of decay and disinfectant, a mixture that made his stomach clench with unease. The main entrance was sealed, but Jake found an unlocked maintenance door that led into the east wing. The corridors beyond were dark and empty, lined with patient rooms that stood open like mouths. Emergency lighting cast long shadows that moved with his passage, creating the illusion of figures walking parallel to his path. Ward 7 was on the 3rd floor, accessible through a stairwell that echoed with Jake's footsteps. Each step felt like a descent rather than an ascent, carrying him deeper into a reality he wasn't sure he wanted to understand. The air grew thicker as he climbed, charged with the same frequency that had made his teeth ache on Meridian Hill. The ward itself was a long corridor lined with patient rooms. Each door marked with a number and a small observation window. Jake moved slowly down the hallway, his camera ready, documenting the abandoned space with mechanical precision. The rooms were empty but showed signs of recent habitation, unmade beds, personal belongings left behind, the lingering presence of lives interrupted. It was in room 734 that Jake found what he was looking for. The space was larger than the other patient rooms, equipped with monitoring devices and restraint mechanisms that suggested it had been used for intensive treatment. But it was the walls that made Jake's hands begin to shake. Every surface was covered with photographs, hundreds of them, all showing the same impossible scene. Campus views, Meridian Hill at sunset, and in every image, standing just at the edge of the frame were the static framed figures. The photographs were dated, spanning several months of treatment, patient observations, apparently documenting a shared delusion that had been meticulously recorded by medical staff. But as Jake examined the images more closely, he noticed something that made his vision swim. The photographs weren't taken from the hospital. They were taken from Meridian Hill itself, from the exact spot where he'd been standing with his camera. The angles were perfect, the lighting identical. Someone had been there documenting the same impossible figures he'd been seeing. At the center of the wall, mounted in a place of honor, was a photograph that made Jake's world collapse entirely. It showed him standing on Meridian Hill, camera raised, surrounded by a static frame that defined his own rectangular boundary. Behind him, emerging from the interference, were words in blocky, pixelated letters. Patient 734. Jake stared at the image until his legs gave out, sliding down the wall to sit among the scattered medical records that littered the floor. The truth was written in those documents in handwriting that might have been his own, describing a patient's progressive descent into a shared delusion about filmed reality and projected observations. But the camera in his hands was real. The photographs he'd taken were real. The evidence was overwhelming and contradictory, creating a paradox that his mind couldn't resolve. As Jake sat in the abandoned room, surrounded by documentation of his own impossible existence, he became aware of movement in the corridor outside. Footsteps measured and mechanical, approaching with synchronized precision. Through the observation window, he could see them coming. A dozen identical figures walking down the hallway, their static frames overlapping and merging in the fluorescent light. They stopped outside room 734, their faces pressed against the glass, smiling with mechanical uniformity. Their mouths moved in perfect coordination, forming the same soundless words Jake had seen on Meridian Hill. "Come home. Come home. Come home." Jake raised his camera one final time, documenting this moment of absolute uncertainty. Through the viewfinder, he could see them clearly. Real or imagined, it no longer mattered. The shutter clicked, capturing the last frame of his investigation into the nature of observed reality. As the static frames began to merge with his own perception, Jake wondered if anyone would find these photographs, if someone else would pick up where his documentation ended. The questions that had driven him here remained unanswered, perhaps unanswerable. Reality and observation had become indistinguishable. Truth and delusion merged into a single, endless recording. The figures waited patiently outside his door, ready to welcome him home to whatever existed beyond the boundaries of static frames and mechanical smiles. And in his hands, the camera continued to work, documenting a reality that might have been there all along. Story 3. The fluorescent lights above Register 4 hummed their usual electric dirge when I first saw him steal the purse. Tuesday evening shift caught 9 and the store felt heavier than usual. That thick oppressive weight that settles over places where too many people have passed through with their problems and secrets. The air conditioning wheezed through dusty vents, circulating the same stale breath that had been trapped inside since morning. Mrs. Patterson stood 3 customers back in my line, her weathered hands clutching a canvas bag against her chest like armor. She always came in on Tuesdays, always bought the same things. Canned peaches, white bread, and those generic pain relievers that came in the yellow bottles. Tonight though, she seemed different, more fragile. Her fingers trembled as she counted crumpled bills. And when she set her bag down to reach for her wallet, I noticed how her shoulders sagged with exhaustion. That's when I saw myself. Not a reflection. This was too real, too solid for that. Through the wide aisle that led toward the pharmacy, I watched my own face emerge from behind the end-cap display of seasonal items. Same dark hair, same stubborn cow lick that never lay flat no matter how much gel I used. Same crooked nose from that baseball accident in high school. Even the small scar above my left eyebrow where my brother had accidentally hit me with a toy truck when we were kids. But the eyes were wrong. They moved with a predatory focus I'd never seen in any mirror, scanning the area with calculated precision. I watched myself, or whatever wore my face, approach Mrs. Patterson from behind while she fumbled with her purse strings. The movement was swift, practiced. One moment her bag hung from her arm, the next it was gone, clutched in my doppelganger's grip as he melted back into the maze of aisles. Mrs. Patterson didn't notice for almost 30 seconds. When she finally looked down and found empty space where her purse should have been. The sound she made wasn't quite a gasp, wasn't quite a cry. Something smaller and more broken. She spun in a slow circle, her mouth opening and closing like a fish pulled from water. I should have called out. Should have pointed toward where the thief had disappeared. Should have done something other than stand there frozen, watching this woman's confusion bloom into the horrible realization that someone had taken the last of her monthly grocery money. But how do you explain that you just watched yourself commit a crime? The rest of my shift passed in a fog of disbelief. I went through the motions, scanning items, making change, offering those meaningless pleasantries that cashiers are supposed to provide, while my mind churned through what I'd witnessed. Coincidence? Maybe someone who looked like me. The lighting in the store could play tricks, especially late in the evening when shadows stretched longer and the fluorescents cast everything in sickly yellow. By the time I clocked out at midnight, I'd almost convinced myself it had been a mistake. Almost. Marcus, the night security guard, stopped me near the employee exit. His uniform stretched tight across his belly, and coffee stains dotted the front like a connect-the-dots puzzle. He had that look people get when they're about to deliver bad news, but aren't sure how to start. "Hey, Danny," he said, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Store manager wants to see you tomorrow. Something about reviewing the security footage from tonight." The fluorescent tubes overhead flickered, casting brief shadows that danced across his face. For just a moment in that stuttering light, Marcus looked different. Older, more tired, but mostly he looked afraid. "What kind of footage?" I asked, though part of me already knew. "Lady got her purse stolen around 9:30. Camera caught the whole thing." He paused, studying my face with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "Weird thing is, Danny, the guy who took it, he looks exactly like you." The walk home took forever and no time at all. My apartment sat 3 blocks from the store, down streets that usually felt familiar and safe. Tonight, every shadow seemed to harbor movement just beyond my peripheral vision. Street lights created pools of yellow illumination that felt more like islands in an ocean of darkness than anything resembling security. I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting to see my own face, following at a distance. Twice I thought I caught glimpses, a figure ducking behind a parked car, someone stepping quickly into an alley. But when I turned for a better look, there was nothing there except the ordinary emptiness of late-night suburbia. My apartment building squatted like a tired animal against the night sky. 5 stories of faded brick and dreams deferred, filled with people who worked jobs like mine and counted every dollar twice before spending it. The lobby smelled of industrial carpet cleaner and microwaved meals. And the elevator wheezed its way up to the 3rd floor with mechanical reluctance. Inside my 1-bedroom unit, I went straight to the bathroom mirror. My reflection stared back. Same face I'd seen every morning for 26 years. Same features I'd grown up with and grown tired of. I touched the scar above my eyebrow, traced the crooked line of my nose, searched for something that might explain what I'd witnessed. Nothing looked different. Nothing felt different. But something was wrong. I called in sick the next morning, which wasn't entirely a lie. My stomach churned with a nausea that had nothing to do with physical illness, and everything to do with the growing certainty that my life was about to fall apart. Instead of going to work, I sat in my living room and watched the shadows move across the walls as the sun tracked its path overhead. Around noon, my phone rang. The store manager, "Danny, we need to talk. Can you come in this afternoon?" His voice carried that careful neutrality people use when they're trying not to accuse you of something while simultaneously making it clear that you're being accused of something. I told him I'd be there at 3. The 2 hours between that call and my appointment stretched like taffy. I paced the apartment, made coffee I didn't drink, started a dozen different explanations in my head, and abandoned them all. How do you convince someone that you weren't the person on their security footage when that person has your exact face? The Walmart looked different in daylight, less oppressive maybe, but somehow more sinister. During night shifts, the darkness outside the windows created a kind of cocoon effect. It was just the store, the customers, and the routine. But in the afternoon, with sunlight streaming through the entrance and showing every scuff mark on the floor, every crack in the ceiling tiles, the place revealed itself as exactly what it was, a fluorescent lit purgatory where dreams went to die slowly. Mr. Henderson, the store manager, led me to his office in the back. The space felt cramped and overheated, filled with filing cabinets that probably hadn't been organized since the Clinton administration and motivational posters that had faded to the color of old teeth. He gestured for me to sit in a plastic chair that had seen better decades while he settled behind his desk like a judge preparing to deliver a verdict. "Danny, you've been a good employee," he began, which immediately told me how this conversation was going to end. 2 years, never had any complaints. Always on time. He opened a manila folder that sat on his desk like evidence in a trial I didn't know I was attending. Inside were printed screenshots from the security footage. Grainy black and white images that showed someone who looked exactly like me in the act of stealing Mrs. Patterson's purse. "This is from camera 7. Timestamp 9:32 p.m. Henderson said, sliding the first photo across his desk. "You can see the individual approaching from behind while the victim is distracted. The person in the image wore my face like a Halloween mask. But there was something wrong with the expression. Something predatory and calculating that I'd never seen in any mirror. The angle was wrong, too. The camera should have been looking down from above, but somehow it captured a straight-on view that showed every detail of features I knew better than my own name. And this is from camera 12 showing the same individual moving toward the exit. The second photo made my blood turn to ice water. It showed me or the thing wearing my face looking directly into the camera with an expression that wasn't quite a smile but wasn't quite anything else either. It was the look of something that knew it was being watched and didn't care. More than that, it was the look of something that wanted to be seen. Danny, I have to ask. Where were you at 9:32 last night? I was working register 4. You can check the transaction logs. Henderson consulted another sheet of paper. According to the system, you were indeed logged into register 4 during that time period, but the register shows a gap in transactions between 9:28 and 9:37. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Long enough to walk to where Mrs. Patterson had been standing, take her purse, and return to my station. Long enough to destroy an old woman's faith in the safety of routine errands. Long enough to frame myself for a crime I didn't commit. I was probably restocking bags or cleaning the belt, I said, though the words sounded hollow even to me. You know how it is during slow periods. Henderson studied my face with the same intensity Marcus had shown the night before, searching for tells and contradictions. Whatever he saw there didn't seem to satisfy him one way or the other. I'm going to have to suspend you pending further investigation, he finally said. Company policy. I'm sorry, Danny, but this footage, it's pretty damning. Walking out of that office felt like walking through quicksand. Every step took enormous effort, and the fluorescent lights overhead seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat. Other employees watched me pass with expressions that ranged from curiosity to suspicion to something that might have been pity. Outside, the afternoon sun felt too bright after the artificial twilight of the store. I sat in my car for a long time, staring at the building where I'd worked for 2 years and trying to process the fact that my employment had just ended because someone wearing my face had committed a crime. That's when I saw him again. Across the parking lot, standing near the shopping cart return area, my doppelganger waited like a reflection that had escaped its mirror. This time though, he wasn't trying to hide. He stood in full view, wearing clothes identical to mine, the same jeans, the same grey t-shirt, even the same scuffed sneakers I'd put on that morning without thinking. We stared at each other across 50 yards of sun-baked asphalt. Even at that distance, I could see the wrongness in his expression, the predatory gleam in eyes that should have been mirrors of my own. He raised one hand in a mock wave, the gesture somehow more threatening than any overt act of aggression could have been. Then he smiled. It was my smile, but distorted, too wide, too knowing. The smile of something that understood a joke I wasn't in on yet. I blinked and he was gone. Not walking away, not ducking behind cars, simply absent, as if he'd never been there at all. I sat in my car for another hour, scanning the parking lot for any sign of movement, any indication that what I'd seen had been real. But the afternoon stretched on with nothing more dramatic than customers loading groceries into their cars and shopping carts rolling across painted lines. The drive home passed in a blur of second-guessing and growing paranoia. At every red light, I found myself checking the rear-view mirror for a familiar face in an unfamiliar car. At every turn, I expected to see myself standing on a street corner, watching my progress with that same predatory smile. My apartment building looked exactly the same as it had that morning, but somehow felt different, more isolated. The other residents had always been polite strangers, but now their absence felt like abandonment. The hallways echoed with emptiness, and even the familiar sounds of daily life. Television programs through thin walls, footsteps on the floor above seemed muffled and distant. Inside my unit, I went straight to the bathroom mirror again. My reflection looked tired, stressed, but utterly normal. I touched my face, pressed my palms against my cheeks, ran my fingers through my hair. Everything felt solid and real and mine. But standing there, staring at myself in that mirror, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was staring back. The next few days blurred together in a haze of sleepless nights and mounting anxiety. I called lawyers I couldn't afford, researched security camera technology one didn't understand, and tried to find logical explanations for something that defied logic. The footage was too clear, too detailed to dismiss as a case of mistaken identity. But it was also impossible because I knew with absolute certainty that I had been working my register when Mrs. Patterson's purse was stolen. On Friday morning, 3 days after my suspension, Marcus called. "Danny, you need to know something," he said, his voice tight with something that might have been fear. "There's been another incident." My hands started shaking before he finished the sentence. "What kind of incident?" "Shoplifting again yesterday around lunch. Same Mo grabbed someone's wallet right out of their cart while they were distracted looking at something on the shelf." I closed my eyes, though I already knew what he was going to tell me. The cameras caught it again. Same face as before. Your face, Danny. But here's the thing. I checked the timestamp against your suspension paperwork. You've been banned from the property since Tuesday. There's no way it was actually you. The phone felt slippery in my suddenly sweaty grip. Did anyone else see him besides the cameras? That's just it, Marcus said. And now I was certain that what I heard in his voice was fear. The victim didn't see anything. Neither did any of the other customers in the area. It's like only the cameras can see him. After Marcus hung up, I sat in my kitchen and tried to make sense of what was happening. Someone or something was using my face to commit crimes, but only the security cameras could capture it. The victims didn't see their attacker. Other customers didn't notice anything unusual. Just the mechanical eyes of the surveillance system, recording impossible footage of me committing crimes I didn't remember. That afternoon, I drove back to the Walmart. I didn't go inside. My suspension made that legally inadvisable, but I parked across the street where I could watch the entrance. Customers flowed in and out in the ordinary rhythm of afternoon shopping, carrying their small dramas and everyday needs through automatic doors that never stopped opening and closing. I waited for 3 hours scanning faces and looking for my own among the crowd. Nothing. Just the usual parade of suburban humanity going about their business, unaware that somewhere in that building, cameras were recording events that shouldn't exist. It was nearly 6 o'clock when I finally saw him, not going into the store, but coming out, moving with purposeful strides through the parking lot, carrying a shopping bag that looked real enough to cast shadows on the asphalt. He wore my face like a perfectly fitted mask. And this time he was heading directly toward my car. I should have driven away. Should have started the engine and gotten as far from that place as possible. Instead, I sat frozen, watching my own features approach through the windshield with that same predatory expression I'd seen in the security footage. He stopped about 10 feet from my car and tilted his head with mechanical precision, studying me like a scientist examining a specimen. Up close, the wrongness was even more apparent. The features were exactly right. Every line, every proportion, every detail matched what I saw in mirrors. But the assembly was somehow off, like a photograph that had been torn apart and reassembled with tiny gaps between the pieces. Then he spoke, and his voice was my voice played back through speakers that couldn't quite capture the full range of human sound. "You're going to want to check the news tonight," he said, words carrying clearly through the glass despite the impossibility of that. Channel 7, specifically the 10 o'clock broadcast. Before I could respond, before I could even process what he'd said, he turned and walked away. Not toward the store, not toward any car in the parking lot, but across the street toward a construction site that had been abandoned for months. I watched him disappear behind a chain-link fence. And when I finally worked up the courage to follow, there was nothing there except empty concrete foundations and rusted equipment. That night, I sat in front of my television with the remote clutched in hands that wouldn't stop trembling. Channel 7's 10 o'clock news began with the usual lineup of local politics and traffic accidents. And for a moment, I thought maybe the encounter had been another hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. Then the anchor introduced a story about a series of unusual thefts at a local Walmart, and my world tilted sideways. The security footage they showed was crystal clear high-definition color that captured every detail of my face as I moved through the store like a predator hunting prey. But this wasn't the grainy black and white imagery from the store's actual cameras. This looked like professional cinematography shot from angles that no security system could achieve. They showed me taking Mrs. Patterson's purse with cold efficiency. Showed me stealing the wallet from the shopping cart while the victim stood obliviously nearby. Showed me committing crimes with my face, wearing expressions I'd never made. Moving with a confidence I'd never possessed. But most disturbing of all, they showed me looking directly into the camera with that same too-wide smile, as if I knew I was being recorded for broadcast to thousands of homes across the city. The anchor concluded the segment by noting that police were seeking information about the suspect, whose identity remained unknown despite the clear footage. They provided a phone number for tips and warned viewers to be cautious when shopping alone. I turned off the television and sat in darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of my apartment building settling around me. Somewhere above, footsteps crossed a floor. Somewhere below, a television played a late-night talk show. Normal sounds of normal people living normal lives, completely unaware that reality had developed cracks wide enough for impossible things to slip through. Over the next week, the thefts continued, always at the Walmart, always captured on footage that shouldn't exist, always showing my face committing crimes I didn't remember. The local news picked up the story, then regional outlets, then national media looking for something unusual to fill slow news cycles. My face became famous in the worst possible way. Strangers on the street started recognizing me, pointing and whispering when they thought I wasn't looking. My landlord left increasingly concerned voicemails about potential security issues with my tennie. Former co-workers crossed streets to avoid walking past me. But the strangest part was that none of the victims ever saw their attacker. I started visiting the store obsessively, parking across the street and watching for any sign of my doppelganger. Sometimes I caught glimpses, a familiar silhouette moving behind the windows, a face that looked like mine reflected in the glass doors, but never anything substantial enough to document or report. On the 10th day after my suspension, I finally saw him clearly again. This time, he wasn't stealing anything. He stood in the electronics section, apparently browsing televisions like any ordinary customer. But when I looked closer, I realized he was watching the security monitors that displayed feeds from cameras throughout the store. He was studying himself on the screens, examining his own image from multiple angles with the fascination of an artist reviewing his work. And in that moment, watching him watch himself, I finally understood what was happening. He wasn't using my face as a mask. He was my reflection, somehow pulled from every mirror I'd ever looked into and given independent existence. Every time I checked my appearance in bathroom mirrors, store windows, car windshields, all those brief encounters with my own image had been feeding something that was learning to be me, but learning imperfectly. That night, I destroyed every mirror in my apartment, covered the bathroom mirror with a towel, threw out the small compact I kept in my car, even avoided looking at store windows when I walked past. If reflections were how he gained strength, then eliminating them might weaken whatever force had given him form. For 3 days, it seemed to work. The theft stopped. The news moved on to other stories. My phone stopped ringing with calls from reporters and police detectives who wanted to interview the man whose face had committed impossible crimes. But on the 4th day, I made a mistake. I was washing dishes when the afternoon sun hit the kitchen window at just the right angle, turning the glass into a perfect mirror. For just a moment, maybe half a second, I saw my reflection clearly outlined against the bright surface, and my reflection smiled back with too many teeth. That night, the thefts resumed. But this time, the security footage showed something even more disturbing than before. It showed me stealing from customers while looking directly at the cameras, as if performing for an audience. It showed me moving through the store with supernatural stealth, appearing and disappearing from frame to frame, like something that existed only in the mechanical vision of electronic eyes. Most terrifying of all, it showed me holding a sign made from torn cardboard with words written in handwriting that looked exactly like my own. There can only be one. I haven't slept properly in weeks now. Every reflective surface has become a potential doorway. Every security camera a possible witness to crimes I'm not committing. The police have a warrant for my arrest, but they can never seem to find me when they show up at my apartment. It's as if I exist in 2 places simultaneously, here in reality and there in the electronic world of surveillance footage. Sometimes late at night when the building is quiet and the world feels thin, I catch glimpses of him in windows and television screens. He's getting stronger, more defined, more real, and I'm getting weaker, more transparent, as if the energy that makes me who I am is slowly being drained away. I think I understand now what he meant about there only being one of us. He's not just using my face. He's replacing me, one reflection at a time. Soon, I suspect the cameras will stop recording his crimes and start showing empty footage of thefts with no thief. The police will find no evidence of any suspect at all, and I'll be the one who only exists in mirrors, watching from the other side of glass as he lives the life that used to be mine. The only question left is whether you're reading the words of the original or if he's already learned to write with my hand as perfectly as he's learned to steal with my face. I wish I could tell you for certain, but I'm no longer sure I know the difference myself. Story 4. The speedometer needle trembled at 0, but the desert kept rushing past my windshield like a fever dream painted in rust and bone. I first noticed it somewhere between Flagstaff and nowhere. That peculiar stillness of the gauge while the 18-wheeler continued its steady rumble across the endless stretch of Arizona asphalt. The engine's diesel heartbeat hadn't missed a beat. The transmission still shifted with mechanical precision, and the white lines kept disappearing beneath my front bumper in their hypnotic rhythm. Yet, according to every instrument on my dashboard, I wasn't moving at all. My first instinct was mechanical failure. 23 years hauling freight across this godforsaken continent had taught me to trust my senses over digital readouts. Speedometers failed. GPS units glitched. GPS. But the road beneath my tires felt real enough. And the mile markers kept sliding past like countdown numbers on some cosmic timer I couldn't quite comprehend. Mile marker 247, then 246, 245. The numbers decreased with metronomic regularity. But my odometer remained frozen at 847,293 miles, the same reading it had shown when I checked it at the truck stop in Flagstaff, where I'd bought coffee that now tasted like copper pennies on my tongue. The desert heat shimmered upward from the asphalt in ghostly tendrils, creating that familiar mirage effect where distant pavement appeared to melt into liquid. Mercury. But something about these particular heat waves felt different, more deliberate, as if they were reaching toward my windshield with translucent fingers. The air conditioning hummed its electronic lullaby. Yet, sweat began gathering at the base of my neck, trickling down my spine in cold rivulets that had nothing to do with temperature. I reached for the CB radio, thumb hovering over the transmission button. The static crackled with the usual chatter of long-haul drivers sharing weather reports and speed trap warnings, but their voices sounded muffled, as if broadcast from the bottom of a deep well. When I keyed the microphone and asked for a radio check, the static swallowed my words without echo or response. The sun hung at its zenith, a merciless white eye that cast my shadow directly beneath the truck. Yet, I couldn't shake the sensation that it had been in precisely that position for far longer than any sun should remain stationary. My watch showed 2:47 p.m., the same time it had displayed when I'd last glanced at it near mile marker 250. The digital display wasn't frozen. The seconds ticked forward with relentless precision, but the hands seemed trapped in some temporal loop that defied explanation. Mile marker 240 appeared and vanished. Then 239, 238. Each passing marker felt like crossing a threshold into something progressively more wrong. The desert landscape began to repeat itself in ways that violated the natural order of geography. The same distinctive rock formation, a weathered sandstone spire resembling a skeletal finger, appeared on my right side 3 separate times. The same abandoned billboard advertising a long-defunct casino materialized and disappeared at intervals that suggested either impossible construction redundancy or a glitch in the fabric of reality itself. I pulled the truck onto the shoulder, gravel crunching beneath the massive tires as I brought the rig to a complete stop. The engine idled with its familiar rumble, but even at a standstill, the speedometer continued to register 0. More disturbing still, the world outside continued its inexorable backward slide. Mile marker 237 drifted past my stationary window like a ghost, freed from the moorings of logic. The driver's seat creaked as I shifted my weight, leather protesting against the mounting pressure of my grip on the steering wheel. My hands had begun to tremble, barely perceptible tremors that suggested either caffeine overdose or the early stages of something far more serious. I tried to recall how many cups of coffee I'd consumed since Flagstaff, but the memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in cupped palms. When I attempted to restart my journey, engaging the clutch and shifting into first gear, the truck responded normally. The speedometer needle remained pinned at 0, while mile marker 236 slid past with the inevitability of destiny. The disconnect between motion and measurement had evolved from mechanical curiosity into something that made my skin crawl with unnamed dread. The CB radio's static intensified, occasionally resolving into fragments of conversation that seemed to originate from different decades. A voice discussed gas prices from the 1970s. Another mentioned a blizzard in Kansas that I remembered from my rookie year driving freight. Most unsettling were the references to accidents and breakdowns on this very stretch of highway. Incidents that hadn't occurred yet, spoken about in past tense by voices that sounded increasingly familiar. One of those voices sounded exactly like mine. The realization struck with the force of physical impact. Buried in the static-laden chatter, I heard my own voice describing a speedometer malfunction on Interstate 40, detailing the exact sequence of events I was currently experiencing. The voice spoke with the weary resignation of someone recounting an old story, though I had no memory of ever keying the microphone or speaking those words. Mile marker 230 appeared and dissolved into heat shimmer. Then 229, 228. My logbook lay open on the passenger seat, pages fluttering in the artificial breeze from the air conditioning vents. According to the most recent entry, I had departed Flagstaff at 11:30 a.m. with an estimated arrival time in Phoenix of 4:15 p.m. But the handwriting in those final entries looked increasingly erratic, as if penned by someone fighting to maintain control over motor functions that were steadily deteriorating. More disturbing were the entries I didn't remember writing. Margin notes in my own script described strange dreams about endless highways and broken clocks. One particular notation scrolled in red ink that I never carried read. Day 127 without forward progress. Fuel gauge remains full. Memory fragments like desert glass. I flipped backward through the logbook's pages, searching for some anchor point of verifiable reality. The entries became progressively more bizarre as I moved chronologically backward, documenting impossible journey times and routes that violated basic geography. One entry claimed I had driven from Los Angeles to Miami in negative time. Another described hauling a load that weighed nothing but cast shadows darker than the truck itself. The margins filled with increasingly frantic handwriting that catalogued physical symptoms. Persistent headaches, double vision, the taste of copper that never left my mouth. These observations were interspersed with desperate questions about the nature of time and distance. Philosophical musings that seemed far too sophisticated for a truck driver's practical mindset. Mile marker 220 materialized and vanished. The mathematics were becoming impossible to ignore. If I had been traveling at highway speed for over an hour, I should have covered 60 or 70 m. Instead, the markers suggested I had moved only 30 m and in the wrong direction. The fuel gauge showed completely full, though I hadn't stopped for diesel since leaving Flagstaff. The tank's capacity was 300 g, enough for roughly 1,800 m of driving, even accounting for the grade changes in desert terrain. I should have consumed at least a quarter tank. Yet, the needle pointed steadfastly at maximum capacity, as if the truck were somehow feeding on the mystery miles rather than consuming fuel to traverse them. Overhead, the sun hadn't moved a discernible degree from its zenith position. The shadows cast by highway signs and desert vegetation remained constant, defying the rotation of the planet itself. When I consulted my GPS unit, the satellite signal indicator showed full strength, but the displayed coordinates remained fixed at a location that placed me precisely at mile marker 247, the spot where I had first noticed the speedometer malfunction. The CB radio erupted with my own voice again, this time describing the fuel gauge anomaly with clinical precision. The transmission included details I hadn't yet noticed myself, such as the way the needle quivered slightly when I applied pressure to the brake pedal, or how the gauge's backlight had developed a subtle orange tint that hadn't been present during my pre-trip inspection. These impossible broadcasts from my future self, or past self, began arriving with increasing frequency. I heard myself describing mile markers I hadn't yet reached, detailing conversations with dispatch that I had no memory of having. Most chilling were the references to passengers I didn't remember picking up. Individuals who apparently rode in the sleeper compartment and spoke in languages that existed nowhere on Earth. Mile marker 210 appeared through the heat shimmer, its reflective surface seeming to pulse with its own internal light. The number looked wrong somehow. Not the standard highway department font, but something older and more ornate, as if carved by hands that had never seen modern typography. I began to understand that the miles weren't simply failing to register on my instruments. They were disappearing from my memory as well. When I tried to recall the drive from Flagstaff to my current position, I found only fragmentary impressions. The taste of truck stop coffee. The sensation of warm morning air through the driver's window. The opening notes of a country song on the radio. The journey itself had been erased, leaving only sensory ghosts that provided no useful information about time or distance traveled. The CB radio delivered another impossible transmission in my own voice, describing this very realization about memory loss. The voice sounded older, more weathered, speaking with the authority of someone who had experienced these events countless times before. It mentioned details that hadn't occurred to me yet. How the desert heat would eventually develop a sound like whispering voices. How the mile markers would begin displaying numbers in descending order that didn't correspond to any known highway system. As if summoned by the prediction, the desert began to whisper. The sound emerged gradually from the engine noise and road whisper, a subsonic murmur that seemed to emanate from the sand itself. The voices spoke in overlapping fragments that might have been prayers or warnings, delivered in accents that suggested vast distances and impossible time periods. Among the incomprehensible syllables, I occasionally detected familiar words. My name, my hometown, the license plate number of my truck. Mile marker 200 slid past its surface, now clearly displaying symbols that belong to no terrestrial numbering system. The characters resembled a fusion of ancient cuneiform and mathematical equations carved deep into metal that showed no signs of weathering despite the desert's relentless winds. My watch had stopped entirely, its hands frozen at 2:47 p.m. The digital clock on the dashboard showed the same time, though I could swear I had been driving for several additional hours since first noticing the speedometer malfunction. Time itself seemed to be dissolving around me, leaving only the eternal present moment of the truck moving forward. While all measurements of progress ceased to function, the logbook entries continued to multiply without my conscious participation. New handwriting appeared on previously blank pages documenting experiences I couldn't remember having. These entries described encounters with other drivers who claimed to be traveling the same impossible highway. Individuals who spoke of losing days, weeks, even years to the unmeasured miles. One entry written in script that was definitely mine despite having no memory of penning it detailed a conversation with a dispatcher who insisted I had been missing for 6 months. The description included specific dialogue about missed deliveries and worried family members, conversations that felt simultaneously fictional and more real than my current experience. Mile marker 190 emerged from the heat shimmer, its surface now clearly writhing with symbols that shifted and changed as I watched. The character seemed to be counting down towards something, not simply decreasing numerically, but approaching some critical threshold that my conscious mind couldn't quite grasp. The desert whispers intensified, resolving into what sounded like radio chatter from decades past. I heard discussions of shipping manifests for cargo that couldn't exist, containers full of crystallized time, trailers loaded with compressed silence, flatbeds carrying the weight of unfinished dreams. The voices spoke with the casual professionalism of experienced drivers, as if hauling impossible freight was simply another day's work. My hands on the steering wheel had developed a life of their own, making subtle corrections to maintain lane position without any conscious input from my brain. The muscle memory of 23 years behind the wheel had taken control, allowing my conscious mind to drift into territories that rational thought couldn't navigate. The fuel gauge needle began to move, but in the wrong direction. Instead of decreasing toward empty, it pushed beyond the full mark into territories that shouldn't exist on any mechanical gauge. The needle strained against its physical limitations, trembling at positions that suggested the tank contained more fuel than its maximum capacity could hold. Mile marker 180 displayed numbers that hurt to look at directly, symbols that seemed to exist in more dimensions than human vision could process. I found myself averting my eyes, focusing instead on the road ahead. While the impossible marker dissolved into my peripheral vision like a fever dream departing with the dawn, the CB radio delivered its most disturbing transmission yet. My own voice speaking from what sounded like the interior of this very truck, describing my current thoughts with perfect accuracy. The voice knew I was thinking about the dimensional impossibility of the mile markers. It predicted my decision to avoid looking directly at marker 180. Most unsettling of all, it mentioned thoughts I hadn't yet had, describing my future reactions to events that hadn't yet occurred. The speedometer needle hadn't moved from 0. But I began to understand that 0 didn't represent absence of motion. It represented motion beyond measurement. Travel through territories that existed outside the normal framework of distance and time. Each mile I didn't register was somehow more significant than the thousands of conventional miles recorded on my odometer. The desert around me began to shift in ways that couldn't be attributed to heat mirages. Rock formations rearranged themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them, creating new skylines that suggested impossible geological processes. The road surface itself seemed to be regenerating. Fresh asphalt appearing ahead of me while the pavement behind dissolved into something that might have been sand or might have been the absence of matter entirely. Mile marker 170 arrived bearing symbols that I somehow understood despite their alien construction. The characters spelled out a message that translated roughly to welcome to the territory between destinations. The meaning arrived in my mind fully formed, bypassing the normal process of reading and comprehension. I realized that I hadn't seen another vehicle since leaving Flagstaff. In more than 4 hours of driving, or whatever this experience should be called, I had encountered no other traffic in either direction. Interstate 40 typically carried a steady stream of freight and passenger vehicles. Yet, I seemed to be traveling through a version of the highway that existed in perfect isolation. The CB radio's impossible transmissions from my future self began to arrive in rapid succession, creating a cacophony of overlapping voices that all belonged to me. These various versions of myself described different stages of the journey I was experiencing, speaking from positions both ahead of and behind my current location. Some voices sounded resigned, others terrified, and a few carried the detached tone of scientific observation. One particular transmission stood out for its clarity and urgency. My future self warned about mile marker 150, describing it as a point of no return beyond which the normal rules of causality would cease to apply entirely. The voice provided specific instructions for recognizing the symptoms of what it called temporal displacement syndrome, a condition that apparently affected drivers who spent too much time in the unmeasured miles. The symptoms included memory fragmentation, the sensation of existing in multiple time periods simultaneously, and the gradual erosion of the boundary between observer and observed. According to my future self, drivers who passed marker 150 often reported the experience of watching themselves from outside their own bodies, as if consciousness could separate from its physical housing and observe from impossible vantage points. Mile marker 160 materialized and dissolved, its symbols now pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The synchronization felt deeply wrong, as if the marker were somehow connected to my cardiovascular system in ways that violated the basic principles of biology and physics. The desert whispers evolved into something resembling conversation, though the words remained largely incomprehensible. The voices seemed to be discussing my progress, offering opinions about my suitability for whatever process I had unknowingly joined. Some voices expressed satisfaction with my performance, while others suggested I wasn't adapting quickly enough to the altered conditions. My watch had begun running backward, its hands moving counterclockwise at a rate that suggested time itself was reversing in my immediate vicinity. The digital dashboard clock continued to show 2:47 p.m., creating a temporal paradox that made my head throb with the effort of processing contradictory information. The logbook pages now filled themselves faster than I could read, documenting experiences from perspectives I hadn't yet achieved. One entry, apparently written from marker 140, described the sensation of existing as a point of consciousness, moving through landscapes that existed only in potential. Another from marker 120 detailed the gradual realization that the truck and highway were both metaphors for something far more fundamental. Mile marker 150 appeared ahead, its surface covered with symbols that seemed to be moving independently of the marker itself. The characters flowed like liquid metal across the reflective surface, forming patterns that suggested mathematical equations describing the relationship between consciousness and physical reality. As I approached the threshold my future self had warned about, I felt the familiar sensation of the truck's motion, despite the speedometer's continued insistence that I wasn't moving at all. But something had changed in the quality of that motion. Instead of simply failing to register distance, I was beginning to suspect that distance itself was failing to exist in any meaningful sense. The CB radio fell silent for the first time since the experience began, creating an absence of sound that felt more oppressive than the most chaotic static. In that silence, I could hear my own breathing, the whisper of air through the ventilation system, and something else. A sound like pages turning in a book written in a language that didn't exist. Mile marker 150 passed by my window, its impossible symbols burning themselves into my retinas with the intensity of staring directly into the sun. The moment of passage felt like crossing a line drawn in sand by forces that existed beyond human comprehension. Beyond that threshold, the real journey began. Story 5. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead like angry wasps trapped in glass coffins, casting their sickly paw across the convention center's endless corridors. I'd been working security at anime conventions for 3 years. But something felt different about this one from the moment I clocked in. The air itself seemed heavier, pressing against my chest with each breath, and the familiar sounds of excited fans seemed muffled, as if filtering through thick glass. My radio crackled with the usual chatter, reports of lost badges, complaints about line cutters, someone in an elaborate mech costume stuck in a doorway, standard weekend warrior stuff. I adjusted my position near the main entrance to Hall C, watching the steady stream of cosplayers flow past like a river of synthetic wigs and elaborate armor. The convention center's maze-like layout always made me feel like I was trapped in some bureaucratic nightmare. But tonight, the sensation was more pronounced. Every turn seemed to lead to another identical hallway. Every door looked the same as the last. That's when I first saw him. He stood apart from the crowd, not because of his costume. He wore simple black jeans and a dark hoodie, but because of how he moved, while everyone else pushed and shuffled through the narrow passages, he glided between them with an unsettling fluidity, as if the very air parted to accommodate his passage. His badge caught the harsh light as he walked, and something about it nagged at me, though I couldn't quite place what. I watched him approach a set of double doors marked staff only, authorized personnel. The doors were locked. I checked them myself during my rounds. Convention centers were notorious for their labyrinthian security protocols, and these particular doors led to restricted areas housing electrical equipment and storage. As he neared them, I started to move forward, ready to intercept. But then something impossible happened. The doors simply opened, not with the mechanical click of an electronic lock or the sharp turn of a key. They swung inward with the whispered sigh of well-oiled hinges, as if welcoming an old friend home. The man in the hoodie stepped through without pause, never reaching for a handle, never presenting a key card. The doors closed behind him with that same eerily silent motion. I stood frozen for a moment, my radio feeling suddenly heavy in my hand. Convention centers had their quirks. Doors that stuck, locks that malfunctioned, electrical systems with minds of their own, but I'd never seen anything quite like that. The rational part of my mind offered explanations, motion sensors, remote access, some new technology one wasn't aware of. But rationality felt thin and inadequate under those buzzing lights. My feet carried me toward the doors almost without conscious decision. I tested the handle, locked solid. The electronic keypad blinked its red eye at me, unforgiving and absolute. I pressed my ear to the cool metal surface, listening for footsteps or voices from the other side, but heard only the building's mechanical breathing, air conditioning units, electrical hums, the distant throb of bass from the main event hall. The next hour passed in a haze of routine tasks and growing unease. I checked credentials, directed lost attendees, and filed reports, but my attention kept drifting to that moment at the doors. Each time I replayed it in my mind, it seemed less real, more like something I might have imagined. The human brain was notoriously unreliable, especially under stress, and convention work could be exhausting. Maybe the doors had been propped open and I simply hadn't noticed. Maybe security had updated protocols without informing all staff. Maybe I needed more coffee. But then I saw him again. This time he emerged from a service corridor that should have been sealed off for maintenance. The yellow caution tape that had been stretched across the entrance lay crumpled on the floor like shed skin. He moved past me with that same fluid grace, and I got my first clear look at his convention badge. The logo was wrong. Not completely wrong. It was still the familiar anime convention branding, the stylized characters and bold typography I'd seen thousands of times, but the colors were slightly off, the fonts subtly different. And the date made my stomach drop. It read exactly 1 year ago. Not this year's event, but last year's. Last year's convention that had been cancelled. The memories came flooding back in uncomfortable waves. The sudden announcement 3 days before the scheduled event, the vague explanations about structural concerns and safety protocols. Disappointed fans had taken to social media, demanding explanations that never came. The convention center had remained tight-lipped about the specific issues, citing ongoing investigations and liability concerns. Rumors had circulated, problems with the building's foundation, concerns about electrical systems, even wilder theories about contamination or security threats, but nothing had ever been confirmed. I quickened my pace, following the man in the hoodie as he navigated the corridors with unnerving familiarity. He never hesitated at intersections, never checked signs or maps, moving through the convention sense maze as if he'd walked these paths 1,000 times before. My radio remained silent on my belt. I should have called for backup, should have reported the security breach, but something held me back. The situation felt too surreal for standard protocol. Too strange for the neat categories of incident reports. He led me deeper into the convention sense bowels, past areas I rarely patrolled, through service corridors and maintenance passages that smelled of industrial cleaning supplies and decades of accumulated dust. The fluorescent lighting became more sporadic here, leaving pools of shadow between islands of harsh illumination. My footsteps echoed despite my efforts at stealth, the sound seeming to multiply and distort in the narrow spaces. The man stopped at another locked door. This one leading to what I knew was an abandoned section of the building. The convention center had been built in phases over several decades, and this particular wing had been sealed off years ago due to budget constraints and declining usage. As I watched from the shadows, the door opened for him with that same impossible ease, swinging wide to reveal a darkness so complete it seemed solid. He stepped inside, and for a moment, I caught a glimpse of what lay beyond the threshold. The space was vast, larger than any room had a right to be in this section of the building. Rows upon rows of empty vendor booths stretched into the distance, their skeletal frameworks creating a geometric forest of metal and shadow. The air that drifted out carried scents that didn't belong. The musty sweetness of old paper. The sharp tang of electronics left too long without power. And underneath it all, something organic and unpleasant that made my sinuses burn. The door began to close, and I found myself moving forward without conscious thought. My hand shot out to catch it before it could seal completely, my fingers wrapping around the cold metal edge. The door stopped its inexorable motion, held open by my grip, and I peered into the abandoned exhibition space beyond. The man in the hoodie stood at the center of the vast room, no longer moving with that fluid grace. He stood perfectly still, his back to me, head tilted at an angle that suggested he was listening to something I couldn't hear. The vendor booths around him were not empty. I realized with a chill that started in my chest and spread outward like spilled ice water. They were occupied. Figures moved. Between the metal frameworks, their motions too dim and distant to make out clearly. They wore costumes, I thought, elaborate cosplay outfits that caught what little light filtered into the space and threw it back in confused patterns of reflection and shadow. But something about their movements was wrong. Too slow and deliberate, like people moving underwater or sleepwalking through a dream they couldn't wake from. The man in the hoodie turned around. His face was familiar in the way that faces sometimes were in crowds. Not someone I knew personally, but someone I'd seen before, probably at previous conventions. But his expression was empty, his eyes reflecting the distant light with an intensity that seemed almost predatory. When our gazes met across that impossible distance, his mouth opened in what might have been a smile or might have been something else entirely. That's when I heard it. The sound that would follow me home that night and wake me from fitful sleep for weeks to come. It was applause, slow and rhythmic, dozens, or perhaps hundreds of hands clapping in perfect unison. The sound echoed through the abandoned space, building and multiplying until it became a thunderous roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I jerked backward, my hand slipping from the door's edge. It slammed shut with a sound like a gunshot. The echo bouncing off the corridor walls and diminishing waves. I stood there in the fluorescent glare, my heart hammering against my ribs, trying to process what I'd just seen. The rational explanations felt pathetically inadequate now. Motion sensors and remote access couldn't account for what I'd witnessed in that abandoned space. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. A voice I didn't recognize requested a security sweep of the north wing. I responded automatically, my training taking over even as my mind reeled. Professional routine became a lifeline. Something solid to anchor myself to while reality seemed to shift around me like quicksand. The rest of my shift passed in a blur of hypervigilance and creeping paranoia. Every shadow seemed to hide watching eyes. Every sound carried implications of hidden movement. I found myself checking and rechecking doors that should have been locked, testing handles with increasing frequency, as if the very building had become untrustworthy. The convention-goers continued their celebration around me, oblivious to whatever was happening in the abandoned sections of the center, their laughter and excitement feeling increasingly distant and hollow. I began to notice other irregularities. Attendees wearing badges that looked wrong when glimpsed from the corner of my eye, though they appeared normal when examined directly. Security cameras that showed empty corridors while I could clearly see people walking through them. Elevators that stopped at floors that didn't exist on the building's directory. The most disturbing discovery came near the end of my shift when I finally worked up the courage to investigate the door where I'd first seen the man in the hoodie. The staff-only entrance remained locked, its keypad blinking its familiar red warning. But when I knelt to examine the floor in front of it, I found something that made my blood turn to slush in my veins. Footprints in the dust. Not just any footprints, but dozens of them overlapping and crossing in patterns that suggested heavy traffic. The prints led to and from the locked door as if an entire crowd had passed through this supposedly secure entrance. Some of the prints looked fresh, their edges sharp and clear in the accumulated grime. Others appeared older, their outlines softened by time and settling dust. As I crouched there, studying the impossible evidence, I became aware of a sound that shouldn't have existed. From behind the locked door, faint but unmistakable, came the familiar cacophony of a convention in full swing. Voices raised in excitement, the rustle of costumes and merchandise bags, the electronic bleeps and bloops of gaming stations. It was as if last year's cancelled convention was still happening on the other side of that metal barrier, trapped in a bubble of time that refused to burst. I pressed my ear to the door and the sounds became clearer. Conversations about anime series. I recognized discussions of costume construction techniques, the hawking of vendors selling artwork and collectibles. It was exactly what I would have expected to hear if the convention had proceeded as planned. If the mysterious structural concerns had never materialized, if thousands of fans had gathered as intended to celebrate their shared passions. But underneath the familiar sounds, I detected something else. The voices carried a quality that made my skin crawl, a hollowness that suggested they might be echoing from some vast and empty space. Occasionally, the conversations would stop mid-sentence, leaving dead silence that lasted exactly 3 heartbeats before resuming as if nothing had happened. The electronic sounds repeated in loops too perfect to be natural, and the vendor calls followed patterns too precise to be human improvisation. I straightened up, my knees protesting after the extended crouch, and looked around the empty corridor. The convention continued its normal rhythm nearby, but I felt utterly isolated, as if I'd somehow stepped outside the normal flow of reality, and was observing events from some parallel dimension. The fluorescent lights seemed dimmer now, their incessant humming taking on an almost musical quality that reminded me uncomfortably of the rhythmic applause I'd heard in the abandoned exhibition space. My shift ended at midnight, but I found myself reluctant to leave. The building felt different now, charged with possibilities I didn't want to contemplate. Walking through the parking lot toward my car, I kept glancing back at the convention center's imposing facade, half expecting to see lights and windows that should have been dark or figures moving behind glass that should have reflected only empty spaces. The drive home passed in a haze of streetlights and late-night radio. But even as I tried to focus on mundane concerns, tomorrow's schedule, bills that needed paying, routine maintenance my car required, My mind kept circling back to that man in the hoodie and his impossible badge. The rational explanations I'd constructed throughout the evening crumbled under scrutiny. There was no technological solution for what I had witnessed, no logical framework that could contain the experience. As I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling and listening to the familiar sounds of my apartment building settling into nighttime quiet, I found myself wondering about the cancelled convention. What exactly had been the structural concerns that led to its last-minute cancellation? Had the problems been with the building itself or with something else entirely? The official explanations had been deliberately vague. The kind of bureaucratic non-statements that revealed nothing while seeming to provide information. I thought about the abandoned exhibition space and its impossible occupants. About doors that opened without keys and conventions that continued despite being officially cancelled. Sleep eluded me as my mind turned these impossibilities over and over, looking for cracks in the facade of normally that might explain what I'd experienced. The next morning brought no relief. Coffee tasted wrong. The news on television seemed to be reporting events from some alternate timeline, and even my reflection in the bathroom mirror looked somehow unfamiliar, as if I was seeing myself through someone else's eyes. The convention would continue for 2 more days, and I was scheduled to work both remaining shifts. Part of me wanted to call in sick to avoid whatever was happening in those fluorescent-lit corridors. But a larger part, the part that had always been drawn to mystery and investigation, knew I had to return. I had to understand what I'd witnessed, even if understanding came at a cost I couldn't yet calculate. The badge from last year's cancelled convention haunted my thoughts as I prepared for another shift. Somewhere in that maze of corridors and locked doors, events were unfolding that challenged everything I thought I knew about reality. And whether those events were supernatural, psychological, or something else entirely, I was now part of them. The fluorescent lights would be waiting for me, humming their mechanical lullabies while shadows moved in spaces that should have been empty. The man in the hoodie would continue his impossible journeys through locked doors and abandoned spaces, carrying his anachronistic badge like a key to secrets I wasn't sure I wanted to unlock. But I would return because some questions demand answers, even when those answers threatened to remake the world in ways we never imagined possible. The convention center held its secrets close. But I had begun to suspect that the real question wasn't what was happening in those abandoned spaces. The real question was whether I was still sane enough to understand the answer. Story 6. The phone was still warm when I picked it up from the back seat. Its black screen reflecting the neon glow of the gas station where I'd stopped to clean my car. Another ride completed. Another 5-star rating hopefully coming my way. The passenger had been pleasant enough. A middle-aged woman heading to the airport, nervous about missing her flight, but polite throughout the 20-minute drive. She'd clutched her purse tightly and kept checking her watch, but she'd tipped well through the app. Now her phone sat in my palm like a digital anchor, its weight somehow heavier than it should have been. The responsible thing was obvious. Drive back to the airport, find her at the departure gate, return what she'd forgotten. It would cost me gas and time, but it was the right thing to do. The kind of gesture that separated decent drivers from the ones who'd shrug and drop forgotten items at the local precinct 3 days later. I slipped the device into my cup holder and pulled back onto the highway. The October evening had settled into that peculiar twilight that made everything look slightly unreal when the sky hung like purple velvet between day and night. Traffic was light. Most commuters had already made it home, leaving the roads to night shift workers and people like me, chasing surge prices and 5-star ratings. The red sedan first appeared in my rear-view mirror at the Maple Street light. Nothing unusual about it initially, just another car waiting for green. But something about its positioning caught my attention. It sat perfectly centered in the lane behind me, maintaining an exact distance that seemed almost measured. The headlights created 2 perfect circles of light that never wavered, never moved closer or farther away. When the light changed, I accelerated normally, keeping one eye on the mirror. The red car followed at the same precise distance, not tailgating, not hanging back. Just there, like a crimson shadow attached to my bumper by an invisible string. At the next intersection, I needed to turn left toward the airport. As I waited in the turning lane, I watched the red sedan pull up behind me again. Same distance, same position. The headlights in my mirror were so steady they looked painted there. That's when I noticed something that made my scalp prickle. The reflection of the car's interior in my rear-view mirror showed an empty passenger compartment. No driver behind the wheel, just an empty seat and what looked like a phone sitting on the dashboard, its screen glowing with an incoming call. I blinked hard and looked again. The headlights were still there, bright and steady, but the reflection showed nothing but vacant upholstery. My heart started beating faster, that peculiar rhythm that comes when your brain can't process what your eyes are reporting. The light turned green. I made my left turn, hands gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. The red sedan followed, maintaining that same unnatural distance. In my peripheral vision, I caught glimpses of it at every opportunity, solid and real and undeniably there. But every time I checked the mirror, the reflection showed an empty car with that phone glowing like a digital lighthouse. The forgotten phone in my cup holder began to ring. The sound pierced through my car's interior with a shrill electronic urgency that made me jump. I grabbed it reflexively, but the screen showed no incoming call. It was completely dark, silent, the notification light inactive. But the ringing continued, not from the phone in my hand, but from somewhere else, somewhere behind me. I pulled into a shopping center parking lot, my hands shaking slightly as I put the car in park. The red sedan followed me into the lot and stopped exactly 3 parking spaces away. Its engine was running. I could hear the idle, see the slight tremor of the exhaust in the cool evening air. But when I turned to look directly at it, the car appeared empty. No driver, no passenger, just a phone on the dashboard that glowed and dimmed in rhythm with what I now realized was the ringing I'd been hearing. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Maybe the car was self-driving. Some new technology one hadn't heard about. Maybe the windows were tinted in a way that created an optical illusion. Maybe I was more tired than I'd realized and my eyes were playing tricks on me. But the phone kept ringing, that persistent digital cry that seemed to echo from the red car's interior. I sat there for 10 minutes watching. The car never moved. The phone never stopped ringing. The reflection in my mirrors continued to show an empty driver's seat while my direct gaze revealed nothing but darkness through the windshield. Finally, I put my car in reverse and backed out of the parking space. I had a job to do. Return the forgotten phone to its owner. The red sedan's headlights flared back to life as soon as I began moving, and it pulled out of its space with mechanical precision. The drive to the airport became an exercise in controlled terror. At every red light, the sedan appeared behind me. At every turn, it followed. The phone continued its endless ringing, though the device in my cup holder remained completely silent. I tried turning up my radio to drown out the sound, but the electronic crying seemed to come from inside my skull now, reverberating through my bones. By the time I reached the airport access road, my shirt was soaked with sweat despite the evening chill. The sedan had followed me through 23 traffic lights. I'd counted each one, watching in my mirror as it appeared and reappeared like some kind of automotive ghost. Each time, the reflection showed that empty interior with its glowing phone. Each time, the ringing grew slightly louder. I parked in the short-term lot and sat for a moment, trying to steady my breathing. The red sedan had vanished somewhere between the toll booth and the parking garage, simply disappearing without any indication of where it had gone. The ringing had stopped, too, leaving behind a silence that felt somehow more ominous than the sound had been. The airport's fluorescent lighting felt harsh and artificial after the intimate darkness of my car. I walked through the automatic doors carrying the forgotten phone, its weight still inexplicably heavy in my hand. The departures board showed flights to dozens of cities. But I realized I didn't even know where my passenger had been traveling. She just said the airport when she'd climbed into my back seat. I approached the lost and found counter, explained the situation to a bored-looking attendant who barely looked up from her computer screen. She took the phone with practiced indifference, asked me to fill out a form describing when and where I'd found it. Standard procedure, she explained. The owner would be contacted if they called the airport. Walking back to my car, I felt lighter somehow. I'd done the right thing, completed the good deed that had started this strange evening. The phone was no longer my responsibility. Whatever bizarre coincidence had led to the red sedan following me was over. Probably just some lost driver who'd been using the same route to the airport, taking the same turns by chance. But as I reached my car, I heard it again. The ringing, distant but unmistakable, echoing across the parking garage's concrete levels. I turned around, scanning the rows of parked vehicles, and there it was. 3 levels up, visible through the garage's open sides, sat the red sedan. Even from this distance, I could see the glow of its interior phone pulsing like a mechanical heartbeat. I drove home with obsessive attention to my mirrors, taking random turns and doubling back through neighborhoods I knew well. The sedan never reappeared, but the ringing followed me anyway. It seemed to come from my own phone now, though the device remained silent when I checked it. The sound was subtle, easy to mistake for imagination, but persistent enough that I found myself holding my breath to listen for it. At home, I sat in my driveway for 20 minutes before going inside. My small rental house looked exactly as I'd left it that morning, but everything felt slightly off. The angles of the shadows seemed wrong. The familiar sounds of my neighborhood, dogs barking, television murmur from next door, the distant hum of highway traffic, all seemed muffled, as if filtered through water. I made dinner, but couldn't eat more than a few bites. Every time I looked out my kitchen window, I half expected to see those steady headlights waiting in the street. The ringing had stopped, but its absence felt more unsettling than its presence had been. Like waiting for the other shoe to drop. That night, I dreamed of empty cars driving themselves through endless intersections, their phones ringing in perfect synchronization while their mirrors reflected nothing but void. I woke up twice, both times certain I could hear the electronic crying echoing through my house. But my phone was silent, charging on the nightstand with its screen, dark and peaceful. The next morning brought no relief. The memory of the previous evening felt both incredibly vivid and impossibly distant, like something that had happened to someone else, but had been described to me in perfect detail. I considered calling in sick, staying home where I could control my environment. But I needed the money. Rent was due in a week, and my bank account couldn't afford a day of lost fares. I started my shift early, picking up a businessman heading to a breakfast meeting downtown. He chatted pleasantly about the weather and the traffic. Normal conversation that should have grounded me back in reality. But as we stopped at the first red light, I found myself checking the rear view mirror with the kind of nervous compulsion usually reserved for checking if you'd left the stove on. No red sedan, just normal morning traffic. Commuters in their routine rush. Delivery trucks. A school bus in the distance. I felt my shoulders relax slightly. Whatever had happened the night before was over. Finished. A strange coincidence that had gotten blown out of proportion by stress and late-night driving. Then my passenger's phone rang. The businessman answered it normally, had a brief conversation about rescheduling something, hung up without incident. But the sound of that ring, electronic, insistent, familiar, made my hands tighten on the steering wheel. It was the same tone I'd been hearing the night before. Exactly the same. I completed the ride without incident, dropped the passenger at his office building, accepted his 5-star rating and modest tip. But as I pulled away from the curb, I caught a glimpse of red in my mirror. Just a flash there and gone so quickly I couldn't be sure I'd seen anything at all. The rest of the morning passed normally. 3 more rides, all routine. A college student heading to campus. An elderly woman going to a doctor's appointment. A young professional running late for work. Normal people living normal lives, completely unaware that their driver was struggling to maintain his grip on what felt increasingly like a reality that had shifted slightly off its axis. But at every red light, I found myself checking the mirror. And more often than not, there was a hint of red somewhere in the peripheral vision of the reflection. Never quite visible when I looked directly, never clearly defined, but present enough that I began to feel like I was being watched by something that existed only in mirrors. The elderly woman's phone rang during our ride. Same tone, same electronic insistence. She fumbled with it briefly, declined the call with an apologetic smile, mentioned something about telemarketers, but I heard the echo of that ringing long after she'd silenced the device. And when I checked my mirror at the next light, the reflection showed a red car with an empty driver's seat and a glowing phone on its dashboard. By afternoon, I was jumping at every electronic sound. Door chimes in stores, notification alerts from other passengers' devices, even the beeping of the crosswalk signals. Everything sounded like that persistent ringing. And the red sedan was everywhere and nowhere, visible only in reflected glimpses, never quite there. When I turned to look directly, I picked up my last passenger of the day at a coffee shop downtown. A woman in her 30s heading to a bookstore across town. She seemed pleasant enough, chatting about the book she was hoping to find. Some obscure poetry collection that had been recommended by a friend. But as we sat at a red light halfway through the trip, her phone began to ring the same tone. The exact same electronic cry that had been haunting me for over 24 hours. She answered without hesitation. Had a brief conversation about meeting someone for dinner later. Nothing unusual. Nothing that should have triggered the cold dread that spread through my chest like spilled ice water. But when she hung up and I glanced in the rearview mirror, the reflection showed not one but two red sedans following us, both with empty driver's seats, both with phones glowing like digital eyes in the gathering dusk. I blinked hard and looked again. The mirror showed normal traffic. A blue SUV, a white pickup truck, a motorcycle weaving between lanes. No red sedans anywhere. "Are you all right?" my passenger asked, and I realized I'd been gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles had gone white. I forced myself to relax, managed what I hoped was a reassuring smile. Told her I was fine, just tired from a long day. She seemed to accept this explanation. Went back to looking out her window at the city passing by. But every time her phone buzzed with a text message, every time we stopped at a red light, every time I checked my mirrors, the sensation grew stronger. The feeling that I was being followed by something that existed in the spaces between reality and reflection, something that communicated through ringing phones and manifested as empty cars driven by absence itself. I dropped the woman at the bookstore and sat in my car afterward trying to make sense of what was happening to me. The rational explanations were obvious. Stress, fatigue, too many long days and late nights driving strangers through a city that never quite felt like home. I'd been working 6 days a week for 3 months, picking up every ride I could to cover rent and bills and the constant small expenses that seemed to multiply like bacteria in a petri dish. Maybe I needed a break. Maybe I needed to see a doctor. Maybe I needed to admit that something was wrong with me. That the line between perception and reality had blurred in ways that weren't healthy. But as I sat there considering these possibilities, my own phone rang. I looked at the screen, expecting to see the ride app notification for another passenger pickup. Instead, the display showed only a phone number I didn't recognize. Local area code, but otherwise meaningless. I almost declined the call. I'd learned to be wary of unknown numbers, too many spam calls and wrong numbers that wasted time. But something about the ring tone stopped me. It was the same electronic cry I'd been hearing for 2 days. The same insistent digital voice that had followed me through mirrors and traffic lights and the spaces between sleeping and waking. I answered the call. Silence on the other end. Not dead air, but the kind of quiet that feels occupied, like someone was there, listening, waiting. I could hear something in the background. The distant sound of traffic, the hum of an engine, the steady rhythm of windshield wipers against glass. Then, very faintly, I heard my own voice. Not words exactly, but the cadence of my speech, the rhythm of my breathing, the slight Midwestern accent I'd never quite shaken despite years of living in other places. It was like listening to an echo of myself from a great distance, distorted by space and time, but unmistakably me. I hung up immediately, hands shaking as I put the phone back in my cup holder. But even after I'd ended the call, I could still hear that distant echo of my own voice, continuing the conversation I'd just terminated. I drove home through side streets, avoiding the main arteries where traffic lights would force me to stop and check my mirrors. But at every intersection where I had to pause, even briefly, I caught glimpses of red in the reflected world. Sometimes multiple cars, sometimes just one, always with that same empty driver's seat and glowing phone. The ringing followed me all the way home, not from any device I could identify, but from the air itself, as if the electronic cry had become part of the acoustic landscape of my existence. By the time I parked in my driveway, I was hearing it in stereo, one channel in my left ear, one in my right, creating a harmony of digital distress that made my teeth ache. I sat in my car for a long time that night, afraid to go inside, afraid to stay outside, afraid to move, and afraid to remain still. The red sedan was nowhere to be seen. But I could feel it watching me from wherever cars went when they existed only in mirrors, waiting for me to make the next move in a game whose rules I didn't understand. Finally, exhaustion won over fear. I stumbled into my house, locked the door behind me, and collapsed on my couch without even turning on the lights. Sleep came mercifully quickly, a black refuge from the increasingly surreal world I'd been inhabiting. But just before I lost consciousness completely, I heard it one more time. The phone ringing somewhere in the darkness of my house. And this time, I was certain it was coming from inside my own pocket, from the device that had started this whole strange journey. When I picked it up from my back seat 2 days earlier. The phone I'd returned to the airport lost and found. The phone that should no longer have been in my possession. I reached into my pocket with trembling fingers, but my hand closed around nothing but fabric and lint. The ringing continued anyway, electronic and persistent and impossible, echoing through my house like the heartbeat of something that lived in the spaces between what is and what might be. And somewhere in the distance, carried on the night wind, I could hear the sound of a car engine idling, waiting. Patient as only the dead can be patient. When I finally opened my eyes to check, the digital clock beside my couch read 3:33 a.m. And every mirror in my house was reflecting the headlights of a red sedan that wasn't there. Story 7. The concrete steps descended into absolute darkness. Each footfall echoing with the hollow promise of forgotten history. I'd been exploring abandoned places for 3 years now, but this World War II bunker felt different. The air tasted of rust and decades-old fear, thick enough to coat my throat with each breath. My headlamp carved a narrow cone through the blackness as I navigated the cramped corridor. The walls pressed inward, scarred with the desperate scratches of those who had sheltered here during the bombing raids. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, a metronome marking time that had lost all meaning in this buried tomb. I'd found the entrance purely by accident, hidden beneath a tangle of brambles and 70 years of neglect. The local historical society had no record of this particular shelter, which made it exactly the kind of discovery that sent my pulse racing. Unknown meant untouched. Untouched meant content for my YouTube channel that could finally break through the algorithm's indifference. The corridor opened into what must have been the main chamber. My light swept across rows of makeshift sleeping areas, nothing more than concrete platforms raised slightly off the damp floor. Personal belongings still littered the space. A child's doll with one glass eye missing. Its remaining stare catching my light with unsettling intensity. A leather shoe cracked and curled with age. Scattered pages from a prayer book. The words faded to ghostly impressions. But it was the smell that stopped me cold. Something acrid hung in the air, cutting through the expected mustastininess. It reminded me of charcoal left too long on a grill. But underneath that familiar scent lurked something else, something organic and wrong that made my stomach clench with primitive warning. I followed. My nose deeper into the chamber, past the sleeping areas toward what appeared to be a small alcove. The beam of my headlamp found it before my mind could process what I was seeing. A crude spit fashioned from salvaged metal and suspended over a circle of blackened stones. The makeshift rotisserie still held remnants of whatever had been cooked there, though time had reduced it to unidentifiable char. The historical significance hit me immediately. This wasn't just a shelter. It was evidence of how desperate the situation had become during the war. People had been cooking down here, probably small animals they'd managed to catch above ground. It was a remarkable find. The kind of authentic detail that would make my documentary truly compelling. I set down my equipment bag and pulled out my camera, a professional-grade unit that had cost me 6 months of savings. The external microphone attachment had been an even bigger investment. But the audio quality it captured was worth every penny. Good sound was half of what made exploration videos work. The creak of old wood, the echo of footsteps in empty spaces, the whisper of wind through broken windows. These details transported viewers in ways that visuals alone never could. I positioned myself to get the best angle of the improvised cooking setup, making sure the lighting would highlight the ingenious desperation of its construction. The record button clicked with its familiar electronic chirp, and I began my narration. What we have here is absolutely incredible. I'm standing in what appears to be the main living area of an undocumented World War II air raid shelter. And you can see behind me evidence that people weren't just hiding here. They were living here, possibly for extended periods. I gestured toward the spit, trying to keep my voice steady and professional, despite the growing unease that seemed to press against my chest like a physical weight. This improvised rotisserie tells a story of survival, of people making do with whatever materials they could find to feed themselves during what must have been terrifying circumstances. I moved closer to the device, adjusting my angle to capture its details. You can see how they've used what appears to be a length of rebar, probably salvaged from damaged buildings above, and positioned it over these stones that show clear evidence of repeated use for cooking fires. The words felt hollow as they left my mouth. Something about this place was making my professional enthusiasm feel forced, artificial. The darkness beyond my light seemed to pulse with a presence that my rational mind insisted couldn't be there. Yet, my body responded to it with increasing tension in my shoulders and a persistent itch between my shoulder blades. I forced myself to continue recording, moving around the spit to get multiple angles. The sophistication of this setup suggests they were here for more than just single night air raids. This was a semi-permanent living situation, which raises questions about the official records. Why isn't this shelter documented? How many people lived here? And for how long? As I spoke, I became aware of a sound underlying my voice. Something subtle that my ears couldn't quite isolate, but that registered as wrong. I paused my narration, listening intently. The dripping continued from somewhere deeper in the bunker, but there was something else. A rhythmic scraping, so faint I might have been imagining it. I resumed recording, but the sound nagged at my attention like a half-remembered song. Every few seconds, I found myself straining to hear it more clearly, which meant my commentary became increasingly distracted. The other construction here shows remarkable. I stopped again, turning my head slightly. The scraping seemed to be coming from behind me, but when I spun around, my light revealed only empty concrete and shadows that danced at the edges of illumination. Professional instincts told me to keep recording. Whatever was making me uneasy would probably feel ridiculous when I reviewed the footage later. The mind played tricks in places like this. It was part of what made exploration both thrilling and occasionally genuinely frightening. But as I continued filming, the sound became more distinct. It wasn't just scraping now. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like something being gnawed. I lowered the camera, my heart beginning to race in earnest. The logical part of my brain offered reasonable explanations. Old buildings settled, especially underground structures dealing with groundwater and shifting earth. Pipes contracted and expanded. Small animals found their way into abandoned spaces. Yet, none of those explanations felt adequate for what I was hearing. This wasn't the random noise of decay or the scurrying of rats. This was methodical, purposeful. It was the sound of teeth working against bone over and over with the patient persistence of extreme hunger. I aimed my headlamp toward the rear of the chamber, but the light died long before reaching the far wall. The darkness there seemed thicker, more substantial than mere absence of light. It felt populated. Hello. The word escaped before I could stop myself, and immediately I felt foolish. If there was someone else down here, which was impossible given that I'd had to clear the entrance myself, calling out would only announce my presence. The gnawing stopped. The silence that followed was so complete, it made my ears ringing. Even the dripping had ceased, as if the entire bunker was holding its breath. I stood frozen, camera still recording, listening to my own heartbeat amplified by the concrete walls. Then slowly, the sound resumed, but now it seemed closer, and I was certain it was coming from directly behind me. I spun around, sweeping my light across the space I'd just been filming. The spit sat exactly as before, its blackened burden unchanged. The sleeping platforms remained empty. Nothing moved in the pool of light. Yet the sound continued with maddening clarity. My hands shook as I raised the camera, checking the audio levels on the display. The meters showed normal recording, but according to the readout, I was capturing nothing but my own breathing and heartbeat. The sound that filled my ears, the rhythmic gnawing that grew more insistent with each passing moment, wasn't registering on the equipment at all. I pulled off my headphones and listened with naked ears. The gnawing continued so close now I could almost feel the vibrations through the soles of my boots. But when I put the headphones back on and monitored the camera's audio input, there was nothing. My mouth went dry. Either the camera was malfunctioning in a very specific way or the sound existed only in my head. Neither possibility was comforting. I forced myself to think logically. Stress, fatigue, and the oppressive atmosphere of underground spaces could trigger auditory hallucinations. I'd been exploring for hours before finding this place, and I hadn't eaten since morning. Low blood sugar combined with adrenaline could easily produce phantom sounds. But even as I rationalized, the gnawing grew louder. It was no longer just the sound of teeth on bone. I could hear the wet working of saliva, the occasional crack as something particularly tough gave way. My skin crawled with the certainty that whatever was making the sound was close enough to touch me. I stepped forward, moving away from the area behind me where the sound seemed concentrated. But as I moved, the gnawing followed, maintaining its position just outside my peripheral vision. When I turned, it shifted. When I stood still, it continued its patient work mere feet away. The camera felt heavy in my hands. I was still recording, though I had no idea why. Some stubborn part of my mind insisted this was exactly the kind of experience that made for compelling content, especially if the audio wasn't capturing what I was hearing. I began backing toward the entrance corridor, keeping my light trained on the space around the spit. The smart thing would be to leave to chalk this up to stress and an overactive imagination. I could always come back later with better equipment, maybe bring a colleague for safety and perspective. But with each step backward, the gnawing grew more agitated. The steady rhythm broke into something more frenzied, and underneath it, I began to hear other sounds. A low whimpering that might have been wind through cracks in the concrete, or might have been something else entirely. My heel caught on uneven ground, and I stumbled. The camera flew from my hands, its light spinning wildly before settling with the lens pointed toward the ceiling. In that moment of disorientation, as my own light was eliminated and shadows leaped and twisted around me, I heard the gnawing stop abruptly. The silence that followed was worse than the sound had been. I scrambled for the camera, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip it properly. When I finally got it upright and functioning, the audio display showed something that made my blood freeze. For the first time since I'd started recording in this chamber, the meters were showing input. Something was being captured by the microphone, but I heard nothing. I pulled off the headphones completely, listening with my own ears to the dead silence of the bunker. No gnawing, no dripping, no sound at all except my own ragged breathing. Yet, the camera's audio levels danced wildly, recording something my ears couldn't detect. I stared at the display, watching the meters spike and fall in patterns that looked almost rhythmic, almost like breathing or chewing. My hands moved without conscious direction, rewinding the footage to play back what had just been recorded. The small speaker crackled to life, and through the tiny drivers came the unmistakable sound of something feeding. But it wasn't the gnawing I'd been hearing. This was different, wetter, more urgent. And underneath it, barely audible, came something that made my skin crawl with recognition. It was my own voice speaking words I had never said, describing things I had never seen. The voice on the recording told of watching shadows move with purpose, of feeling breath that couldn't exist on the back of my neck, of seeing things in the darkness that the light refused to reveal. But I had never spoken those words. I was certain of it. I stopped the playback, my finger hitting the button so hard it hurt. The camera's display showed 47 minutes of recorded footage, though I couldn't have been in this chamber for more than 20. According to the timestamp, I'd been recording for nearly an hour before I even entered the bunker. The logical explanations were crumbling. Equipment didn't malfunction in such specific, coherent ways. My own voice couldn't be on recordings I'd never made, describing experiences I'd never had, unless I was losing my mind. The thought should have been terrifying, but it came with an odd sense of relief. Insanity was at least explicable. It was a diagnosis, a condition with treatments and prognosis. It was preferable to the alternative, that something in this bunker was real, was present, and was hungry. I backed toward the corridor, camera clutched against my chest like a shield. With each step, I expected to hear the gnawing resume, but the silence held. Even my footsteps seemed muffled, as if the darkness was absorbing sound before it could properly form. The entrance corridor felt like salvation when I finally reached it. The narrow walls that had seemed oppressive on the way down now felt protective, channels that would guide me back to sanity and sunlight. I moved as quickly as I dared, my light bouncing ahead of me, illuminating the path to freedom. But as I climbed, a new dread settled in my chest. What if the sounds followed me? What if whatever was happening in my mind or in that place didn't stop at the bunker's threshold? What if I carried it with me into the world above? The questions plagued me as I emerged into the fading daylight. The entrance that had been hidden by brambles now gaped open, impossibly obvious. How had I missed it on my initial survey of the area? How had 70 years of growth concealed something so prominent? I stood at the threshold, looking back into the darkness I'd just escaped. Part of me wanted to seal the entrance, to pile rocks and debris over it until no one else could make the mistake I'd made. But that would require admitting that something down there needed to be contained. Instead, I packed my equipment with hands that still trembled slightly and made my way back to my car. The familiar routine of securing gear and checking batteries helped ground me in normally, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from the darkness behind me. It wasn't until I was miles away, parked at a gas station with fluorescent lights blazing overhead, that I dared to review my footage properly. The camera's screen showed exactly what I expected. 37 minutes of professional documentation, my own voice providing competent narration about historical significance and construction techniques. But when I listened through headphones, the audio told a different story. Underneath my recorded voice was a second track. The sounds of feeding, of something working patiently through what might once have been meat. And occasionally, so faint I had to strain to hear it, came whispered words in my own voice describing horrors I couldn't remember witnessing. I've watched that footage dozens of times now, trying to understand what happened in that bunker. The video shows nothing unusual, just an empty underground chamber with the remnants of desperate wartime survival. But the audio tells of things that shouldn't exist, recorded by equipment that couldn't lie. The simplest explanation is that I suffered some kind of breakdown, a stress-induced psychotic episode that caused me to hallucinate both the experience and the subsequent audio anomalies. Doctors have terms for this, medications that might help. It would mean an end to my exploration hobby, but it would also mean answers. The alternative is worse. That some places retain memories. That desperation and hunger can leave impressions that persist long after the desperate and hungry are gone. That what I heard was an echo of wartime starvation, so powerful it could manipulate recording equipment and human perception alike. I prefer the first explanation. I cling to it even as I find myself returning to the area where I found that bunker. Even as I search through brambles and undergrowth that never seem to reveal the entrance I know must be there. Even as I hear in the quiet, hours before dawn, the sound of patient gnawing just beyond the edge of hearing. The smart thing would be to delete the footage to seek professional help, to accept that my mind played an elaborate trick on itself in the depths of that concrete tomb. But every time I reach for the delete button, I hear my own voice on that recording describing things I never saw, warning about dangers I never consciously perceived. Maybe the person who spoke those words knew something the person who filmed them didn't. Maybe some knowledge can only be accessed when reality becomes fluid. When the barriers between what is and what was begin to break down. Or maybe I'm just going insane. One frame of footage at a time. The uncertainty is almost worse than either alternative would be. At least madness comes with the possibility of treatment. At least supernatural horror comes with rules. Even if those rules are incomprehensible, but this liminal space between explanations offers no comfort, no resolution, only the sound of something feeding in the darkness, patient and eternal, waiting for the next visitor to stumble upon its hidden feast. I should stop going back to look for that entrance. I should delete the footage and seek help. I should accept that some questions are better left unanswered. But tonight, Like every night since I climbed out of that bunker, I'll listen to that recording one more time. I'll search for clues in my own voice for explanations that might make sense of what can't be understood. And somewhere in the darkness behind me, just at the edge of hearing, something will continue its patient work, gnawing through mysteries that taste of rust and forgotten fear. Story 8. The first time I noticed the smell, I thought someone had spilled essential oil near the outlet behind the industrial mixer. Lavender, sweet, cloying, completely out of place in a nursing home kitchen that usually reeked of overcooked vegetables and industrial disinfectant. I'd been working at Sunset Manor for exactly 3 days, and I was still getting used to the peculiar rhythms of the place. Mrs. Chen, the head nurse, had been showing me around the kitchen when she mentioned how grateful they were to finally have a real cook again. The previous one had left suddenly, she said, though her eyes darted away when I asked why. That's when she casually mentioned the night visitors, how some residents like to wander after dark, drawn by kitchen sounds and familiar smells that reminded them of home. The moment those words left her mouth, the outlet behind me hissed softly, releasing that unmistakable lavender scent into the air. Mrs. Chen's expression shifted almost imperceptibly, a tightening around her eyes that suggested this wasn't the first time she'd noticed the correlation. I spent that first week convincing myself it was coincidence. Old buildings have quirks. Faulty wiring, trapped odors in the walls, HVS systems that had seen better decades. Sunset Manor had been built in the 1960s, and despite renovations, it retained that institutional mustiness that seemed to cling to every surface. The kitchen, in particular, felt heavy with decades of accumulated cooking smells, though none of them should have been lavender. The outlets were scattered throughout the kitchen like silent sentinels, 7 in total, each one seemingly standard issue except for their age. Their cream-colored plastic had yellowed with time, and several bore the small scorch marks that spoke of minor electrical incidents over the years. I'd been an electrician before culinary school, so I knew enough to recognize when something wasn't quite right about a building's electrical system. What I couldn't understand was why these particular outlets would release any scent at all. It was during my second week that I began paying closer attention to the timing. Every conversation about the night wanderers triggered the same response. That soft hiss barely audible over the kitchen's ambient noise, followed by the synthetic sweet smell of lavender that seemed to emerge from the outlets themselves. Not from air fresheners or cleaning products, but from the electrical fixtures, as if the very wiring had been infused with the scent. Dr. Martinez, the facility's physician, stopped by one afternoon while I was prepping dinner. He looked tired. The kind of bone-deep exhaustion that comes from working too many night shifts in a place where sleep is often elusive for residents and staff alike. When he asked about my adjustment to the job, I mentioned the wandering residents Mrs. Chen had warned me about. His response was immediate and unsettling. He glanced toward the outlet nearest the stove, then back at me with an expression that might have been pity. He explained that some residents did indeed move around at night, though they rarely made it as far as the kitchen anymore. The doors were locked after 1000 p.m., he said, and the hallway sensors would alert the night staff to any movement. But then he paused, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, and mentioned that sometimes the alerts went off even when the cameras showed empty corridors. The lavender smell intensified during his words, strong enough that Dr. Martinez actually stepped back from the outlet. His reaction told me he'd experienced this before, that whatever was happening in this kitchen wasn't news to the staff. When I asked him directly about the scent, he simply shrugged and muttered something about old buildings having their own personalities before quickly excusing himself. That night, after my shift ended, I stayed behind to examine the electrical system more closely. The kitchen was eerily quiet without the usual bustle of meal preparation, and the fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Armed with a voltage tester and a small flashlight, I began checking each outlet. Systematically. The first 6 were perfectly normal. Standard 110 VT household current, properly grounded, no unusual readings. But the 7th outlet, the one behind the mixer, where I'd first noticed the smell, registered something different. The voltage fluctuated in a pattern that made no electrical sense, dipping and spiking in rhythm with something I couldn't identify. More disturbing was the way the plastic housing felt warm to the touch, not from electrical resistance, but from something else entirely. I unscrewed the outlet cover, expecting to find faulty wiring or perhaps evidence of a small electrical fire. Instead, I discovered something that made my hands shake as I held the flashlight steady. The wires were arranged in a configuration I'd never seen before. Additional connections that led not to the building's main electrical system, but to a series of thin tubes that disappeared into the wall cavity. These tubes, barely wider than drinking straws, were what carried the lavender scent. But that wasn't the most unsettling discovery. Attached to the back of the outlet was a small electronic device, no larger than a hearing aid battery with tiny sensors that seemed designed to detect sound frequencies. As I examined it more closely, I realized this was a sophisticated listening device capable of parsing specific words and phrases from ambient conversation. The implications hit me like ice water in my veins. Someone or something was monitoring conversations in this kitchen, specifically listening for mentions of the night visitors. And when those keywords were detected, the system triggered the release of lavender scent through the modified outlets. But why? What purpose could such an elaborate setup serve? I checked the other outlets with renewed urgency, my hands growing steadier as my electrician's training took over. 5 more contained identical modifications, the same sensor devices, the same scent delivery tubes, the same impossible wiring configurations. Only one outlet remained completely standard, the one by the rear emergency exit that rarely saw use. The pattern suggested a deliberate installation. Someone with considerable technical knowledge who had access to the kitchen's electrical system. This wasn't the work of a confused resident or overworked staff member. This was professional-grade surveillance and response equipment, hidden in plain sight within the most mundane of fixtures. As I worked, I became aware of a subtle sound emanating from within the walls. A soft humming that seemed to follow the path of those mysterious tubes. Following the sound led me to a section of wall near the walk-in freezer, where the humming was strongest. The wallboard here looked newer than the rest, suggesting recent renovation work that hadn't been mentioned in any of the building documentation I'd reviewed. The maintenance closet key hung on a ring with the other kitchen keys I'd been given. Inside, behind cleaning supplies and spare equipment, I found the source of the humming. A small electronic control unit about the size of a laptop computer was mounted to the wall and connected to what appeared to be a complex network of tubes and wires that spread throughout the kitchen like a circulatory system. The device's LED display showed a continuous readout of ambient sound levels broken down by frequency ranges that suggested it was specifically calibrated to human speech patterns. Below that, a series of indicator lights labeled with different scent types. Lavender was just one of many options. The system was far more sophisticated than I'd imagined, capable of detecting not just specific keywords, but emotional tones, stress levels, even the number of people speaking simultaneously. A log screen showed the system's recent activity. Hundreds of entries over the past months, each one timestamped and tagged with the detected trigger phrase. Night visitors appeared dozens of times, but so did other phrases. Electrical problems, strange sounds, previous cook, and most chillingly, investigation. According to the log, the system had been monitoring and responding to conversations for over 8 months. That meant the previous cook had been working here when the installation was completed. Had they discovered what I was now discovering? Was that why they'd left so suddenly? The control unit had a small speaker built into it. And as I examined the device more closely, I realized it was currently active. A soft crackling sound emerged from the speaker, followed by muffled voices that seemed to be coming from somewhere else in the building. The system wasn't just monitoring the kitchen. It was connected to a network that covered other areas of Sunset Manor as well. Among the voices, I recognized Mrs. Chen's distinctive accent. She was speaking quietly to someone, though I couldn't make out all the words. What I could hear made my blood run cold. She was discussing my behavior over the past few days, noting how I'd been asking questions about the electrical system and showing too much interest in the atmospheric anomalies in the kitchen. The other voice belonged to Dr. Martinez. His response suggested this conversation was happening in real time somewhere in the building. He mentioned that the previous cook had exhibited similar curiosity patterns before becoming problematic. When Mrs. Chen asked what they should do about me, his answer was disturbingly clinical. They needed to determine whether I was simply curious or if I posed a genuine threat to what he called the project. The lavender scent suddenly intensified throughout the kitchen, though I was nowhere near any of the outlets. Looking at the control unit's display, I saw that someone had manually triggered all the scent dispensers simultaneously. The concentration was overwhelming, sweet, and cloying in a way that made my head spin and my thoughts feel thick and sluggish. That's when I noticed the additional readout on the device's screen, a chemical analysis display that monitored air composition in real time. The lavender scent wasn't just for marking conversations about night visitors. It contained additional compounds, synthetic pheromones, and mild psychoactive substances that could influence mood and cognitive function. I was breathing in a carefully calibrated mixture designed to induce compliance and reduce curiosity. The voices from the speaker grew clearer as my enhanced hearing, a side effect of the chemical exposure, allowed me to pick up more of the conversation. Mrs. Chen and Dr. Martinez were discussing the night visitors in detail, but not as confused. Elderly residents wandering the halls. They were talking about the visitors as if they were expected guests, entities that required specific environmental conditions to manifest properly. The electrical modifications throughout the kitchen weren't just for monitoring and scent delivery. They were creating an electromagnetic field pattern that somehow facilitated contact with these visitors. The previous cook hadn't quit. He'd been selected to join them in their nocturnal activities, though the nature of that participation remained ominously vague. Dr. Martinez's voice carried a note of excitement as he described the progress they had made in recent months. The visitors were becoming more responsive, more willing to share their knowledge of what he called alternative nutritional requirements. The elderly residents weren't just being fed regular meals. They were being prepared for something else entirely. Their diets modified according to instructions from entities that existed somewhere between the electrical current and the lavender-scented air. As the chemical fog in my brain intensified, I began to understand the true purpose of my employment. I hadn't been hired as a cook, but as a potential intermediary, someone with both culinary skills and electrical knowledge who could serve as a bridge between the facility's human occupants and their otherworldly guests. The gradual exposure to the psychoactive compounds would eventually make me compliant enough to accept my role in feeding not just the residents, but whatever visited them during the long, dark hours when normal people slept. The control unit's display showed my current location within the building, tracked by sensors I hadn't even noticed. My biometric data appeared on screen, heart rate, stress levels, chemical absorption rates, all being monitored and recorded for analysis. I was as much a subject of this experiment as any of the residents. My reactions catalogued and studied to determine my suitability for the project. The voices from the speaker faded as someone moved out of range, but not before I heard Dr. Martinez mentioned that tonight would be my first real test. The visitors were particularly active during new moon phases, and they were eager to evaluate the newest candidate for kitchen duties. Whether I passed or failed, this evaluation would determine whether I continued working at Sunset Manor or joined the growing list of people who had simply disappeared from the area with no forwarding address. The lavender scent began to dissipate, though its effects lingered in my bloodstream like a chemical tide that had already begun to turn. I carefully reassembled the outlet I'd been examining, my movements precise despite the cognitive fog that made everything feel dreamlike and distant. The control unit hummed quietly as I closed the maintenance closet, its sensors already detecting my elevated stress levels and preparing appropriate countermeasures. Walking home through the darkened streets, I felt the weight of invisible eyes tracking my movement. Street lamps flickered in patterns that seemed almost communicative, and the electrical hum from power lines carried undertones that resonated with something deep in my chemically altered consciousness. The boundary between observer and observed had blurred beyond recognition, leaving me uncertain whether I was investigating the mystery of Sunset Manor or becoming an integral part of it. Tomorrow I would return to work, to the kitchen with its modified outlets and hidden sensors, to the control room disguised as a maintenance closet, to the residents who ate meals prepared according to recipes I was only beginning to understand. The visitors would be waiting, hungry for something more substantial than lavender-scented air and electrical field fluctuations. And despite everything I discovered, despite the evidence of deliberate manipulation and chemical conditioning, I found myself looking forward to meeting them. The compounds in my bloodstream whispered promises of knowledge that existed beyond normal human comprehension, of culinary traditions that had never been written down in any cookbook, of a hunger that could only be satisfied by someone willing to serve more than food. Whether this anticipation came from my own curiosity or from the synthetic enthusiasm pumped through the air vents, I could no longer tell. The line between choice and compulsion had become as thin as the wire connecting each modified outlet to its hidden control system, carrying current that powered more than just kitchen appliances. The night air tasted of lavender and possibilities. And somewhere in the distance, I could swear I heard the soft hiss of electrical equipment cycling through its predetermined programs, preparing for another day of monitoring, measuring, and carefully controlled exposure to whatever waited in the spaces between normal reality and the fluorescent-lit corridors of Sunset Manor. Story 9. The fluorescent lights above hummed their eternal mechanical lullaby, casting everything in that sickly greenish glow that made even fresh vegetables look like they'd been embalmed. 3:15 a.m. according to the clock that seemed to move backwards some nights, and I was alone in the subway again, wiping down counters that would be dirty again in an hour. The smell of disinfectant mingled with the lingering aroma of toasted bread and processed meat, creating that unique cocktail of late-night fast food that somehow managed to be both comforting and nauseating. I'd been working these graveyard shifts for 6 months now, ever since tuition went up and my student loans stopped covering everything. The job wasn't glamorous, but it paid the bills and gave me time to study during the dead hours between 2 and 5 a.m. when the only customers were drunk college kids and insomniacs looking for something to fill the hollow spaces in their nights. Tonight felt different, though. The air seemed thicker, more oppressive, like the moment before a thunderstorm when your skin starts to crawl with electricity. I kept catching glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, but every time I turned, there was nothing there except the empty dining area with its red and yellow plastic chairs arranged in perfect rows. The tip jar sat on the counter beside the register, a clear plastic container with a few crumpled bills and a handful of change. I'd been meaning to count it for hours, but something kept stopping me. Every time I reached for it, my hand would hesitate as if some primitive part of my brain was warning me away. But bills were due, and every dollar mattered when you were living on ramen in hope. The door chime announced customers just as my fingers closed around the jar. 3 of them moving with an odd synchronization that made my skin prickle. They didn't speak as they entered, just glided across the linoleum floor with footsteps that seemed too quiet for people wearing heavy boots. I couldn't make out their faces clearly in the harsh lighting. Shadows fell across their features in ways that defied the overhead fluorescence. I forced myself to focus on the money, dumping the contents onto the counter with a metallic clatter that seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet restaurant. Bills first, a 531s and some singles that felt strangely warm to the touch. Then the coins, and that's when everything went wrong. The metal burned against my palm like it had been sitting in an oven. But when I tried to drop it, my fingers wouldn't respond. The quarters and dimes seared my flesh with a heat that seemed to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, and I bit back a gasp of pain. Through watering eyes, I looked up at my customers and felt my blood turn to ice water in my veins. They had no eyes. Where their eyes should have been, there were only smooth expanses of flesh, as if someone had taken an eraser to a photograph. But somehow, impossibly, I could feel them watching me. Their attention was a physical weight, pressing against my chest, making it hard to breathe. The one in the middle, tall, wearing a coat that looked expensive despite the late hour, tilted his head with predatory interest. When he spoke, his voice was perfectly normal, almost friendly, which made it infinitely more terrifying. "Rough night for tips, huh?" I managed to nod, not trusting my voice. The coins continued to burn in my palm, but I couldn't seem to let them go. My fingers had gone numb. Or maybe they'd been replaced entirely. I couldn't tell anymore. "We've been watching you work," the second one said. Shorter than the first, but with that same unsettling quality of speaking without moving his mouth quite right, very dedicated, very conscientious. The third one smiled, and his teeth were too white, too perfect, like they'd been carved from ivory. "We appreciate dedication. It's so rare these days." They wanted something. I could feel it radiating from them like heat from a furnace. A hunger that had nothing to do with food. My training kicked in automatically. Greet the customers, ask what they wanted, make their order, take their money. Simple, routine, safe. What can I get for you tonight? My voice came out higher than normal, strained. Oh, we're not here for sandwiches, the tall one said, and his eyeless face somehow managed to convey amusement. We're here for something much more personal. The coins in my hand pulsed with heat again, and I realized they weren't random change at all. Someone had been leaving them for me night after night, building up to this moment. Each piece of metal was inscribed with symbols that hurt to look at directly, geometric patterns that seemed to shift and writhe when I wasn't focusing on them. Would like to make a transaction, the short one continued. A fair exchange. These coins for something of yours, something precious, added the one with the ivory teeth. I knew what they wanted before they said it. The knowledge arrived in my mind fully formed, like a memory that had always been there, but had somehow been hidden from me. They wanted my name. Not the name on my birth certificate or my driver's license, but my real name, the one that defined who I was at the core of my being. The fluorescent lights flickered, and in the brief moment of darkness, I could swear I saw their faces clearly. Saw what they really were underneath the human masks they wore. The vision lasted only a split second, but it was enough to make my knees weak. We're collectors, the tall one explained, as if reading my thoughts. We acquire things of value. Names, in particular, have such wonderful properties. They hold so much power, so much essence, and you've been so helpful, the short one added. Taking our payments night after night, building up quite a debt, really. I looked down at the coins again, finally understanding. Every night for months, these same three had been coming in, never ordering anything, just watching me work. Leaving exact change for imaginary purchases. And I'd been taking their money, adding it to my tips, never questioning why I couldn't remember their faces or what they'd bought. I don't want to sell, I whispered. Oh, but you already have, the one with ivory teeth said gently. Every coin you've accepted was a down payment. Tonight, we're simply here to collect what we've already purchased. The heat from the coins was spreading up my arm now, a burning sensation that felt like poison in my veins. I could feel my name trying to detach itself from my consciousness, pulling away like a piece of clothing being slowly removed. Once it was gone, I'd be nothing. A blank space where a person used to be. I tried to speak, to say my name aloud and anchor it to myself, but my voice caught in my throat. The syllables felt foreign on my tongue, as if I was trying to pronounce words in a language I'd never learned. Don't fight it, the tall one advised kindly. It only makes the process more unpleasant. The dining area around us began to shift and waver like a mirage in the desert. The red and yellow chairs melted into abstract shapes, and the walls stretched impossibly high. I realized that I wasn't in the subway anymore. Maybe I'd never been in the subway at all. Maybe I'd been standing in this place for hours, days, weeks, while thinking I was making sandwiches and wiping down counters. My reflection in the sneeze guard looked wrong. The face staring back at me was pale and hollow-eyed like I hadn't slept in weeks. When had I started looking so sick? When had my cheeks become so sunken, my skin so grey? Almost there, the short one murmured encouragingly. Just let go. It's so much easier when you stop resisting. But something in me rebelled against their gentle coaxing. Some stubborn part of my mind that refused to be collected, catalogued, and filed away in whatever vault they kept their stolen names. I bit down on my tongue hard enough to taste blood, using the sharp pain to focus my scattered thoughts. The name came back to me all at once, snapping into place like a rubber band that had been stretched to its breaking point. I spoke it aloud, shouting it into the warped air of the not subway, claiming it as my own. The sound echoed strangely, multiplying and overlapping until it became a chorus of voices, all saying the same word. The three collectors stepped back in unison, their eyeless faces showing the first signs of genuine emotion I'd seen from them. Disappointment, frustration, and underneath it all, a cold anger that made the air around them shimmer with malevolent energy. Interesting, the tall one said, and his voice carried an undertone that promised this wasn't over. Very interesting indeed. They began to fade, becoming translucent around the edges, like old photographs left too long in the sun. But before they disappeared completely, The one with ivory teeth leaned close enough that I could smell the decay on his breath. "We'll be back," he whispered. "Tomorrow night and the night after that and every night until you're too tired to remember who you are." The coins in my hand crumbled to dust, leaving behind only the lingering sensation of heat and the acrid smell of burned metal. The subway reformed around me slowly, walls sliding back into their proper positions, fluorescent lights stabilizing into their familiar harsh glow. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty dining area and trying to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing. Just fatigue and too much caffeine, my rational mind insisted. A hallucination brought on by stress and too many consecutive night shifts. But when I looked at my reflection in the sneeze guard again, my face was still grey and hollow. And in the tip jar beside the register, 3 new coins glinted under the fluorescent lights, waiting for tomorrow night's count. The clock on the wall read 3:15 a.m., exactly the same time it had shown when the collectors first arrived. Either time had stopped completely, or I'd lost several hours without realizing it. Neither possibility offered much comfort. I picked up my cleaning supplies with hands that shook only slightly and went back to wiping down counters that would be dirty again in an hour. The routine felt different now, less like work and more like a ritual, a way of keeping the darker thoughts at bay. But even as I scrubbed and sanitized, I could feel them out there in the night, patient and persistent as shadows, waiting for me to get tired enough to forget my own name. The fluorescent lights hummed their eternal lullaby, and I worked until dawn, wondering if I'd still be myself when the sun finally rose. Story 10. The floorboards creaked beneath my boots as I made my way through the cabin's narrow corridor, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness like a knife through black velvet. For in the morning, the dead hour, when the world held its breath and shadows seemed to have weight. I'd been doing these rounds for 3 years now, ever since I'd taken the position as senior counselor at Camp Whispering Pines. But something about tonight felt different. The air itself seemed thicker, pregnant with an expectation I couldn't name. The beam swept across the armory door as I approached, its heavy wooden frame standing sentinel at the end of the hall. Everything appeared normal. The brass padlock gleamed dully in the light. The metal hinges showed no signs of tampering. Yet, as I drew closer, something made me pause. The lock hung slightly askew, as if it had been disturbed, though I distinctly remembered checking it myself before retiring to my quarters. That's when it happened. The door swung open with a slow, deliberate motion that seemed to mock the laws of physics. No creak of hinges, no whisper of wood against wood, just a silent, inexorable movement that made my stomach drop into my boots. The flashlight beam, which had been steady and true moments before, began to dim as it touched the widening gap. Not fade exactly, but rather seemed to be absorbed by something within that doorway. Something so profoundly dark that it drank light itself. I should have run. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and flee, to wake the other counselors, to do anything but stand there transfixed as that impossible darkness began to take shape. But my feet had become anchors, rooted to the floor by a terror so complete it bypassed rational thought entirely. The silhouette that emerged from the armory defied description. It wasn't merely the absence of light. It was the negation of it, a walking void that made the surrounding shadows seem bright by comparison. It moved with purpose, gliding rather than walking. Its form human-like yet utterly wrong in ways my mind refused to catalogue. As it passed the dormitory doors, I noticed something that made my blood congeal in my veins. Behind each door, the soft sounds of sleeping had changed. Where before there had been the natural chaos of individual breaths, snores, and stirrings, now there was only synchronization. 17 young adults, all breathing in perfect unison, their exhalations creating a whispered chorus that followed the shadow's progress through the cabin. In, pause, out, in, pause, out. A rhythm that seemed ancient and ritualistic, as if the very act of sleep had become some sort of collective prayer. All except mine. My breathing came in ragged gasps that seemed obscenely loud in the synchronized quiet. The shadow paused at the far end of the hall, and though it had no discernible features, I felt its attention turned toward me with an almost physical weight. For a moment that stretched into eternity, we regarded each other. Predator and prey, though I couldn't say which was which. Then it was gone, melting through the exit door as if the solid wood were merely suggestion. The synchronized breathing continued for several more minutes before gradually dissolving back into natural chaos. And I found myself alone in a hallway that suddenly felt far too ordinary for what had just transpired. I stood there until dawn, flashlight trained on the armory door, waiting for something, anything that might prove I hadn't lost my mind. The lock remained secure, the door firmly closed. And when the other counselors began stirring with the sunrise, they found me still at my post, hollow-eyed and trembling. Nobody believed me, of course. Marcus, the head counselor, suggested I'd been sleepwalking, a reasonable explanation that I desperately wanted to accept. Sarah, the camp nurse, offered to prescribe something for anxiety. Even Jeremy, who'd known me since college, looked at me with the careful concern reserved for friends who might be losing their grip on reality. But I knew what I'd seen. More troubling was what began happening in the days that followed. The first sign was the dreams. Not my dreams, theirs. Every morning, I'd overhear fragments of conversations between campers and counselors. Descriptions of identical nightmares featuring a figure of living darkness moving through their sleeping spaces. They laughed about it, treating it as some sort of shared psychological phenomenon brought on by campfire stories and too much s'mores-induced sugar. I didn't laugh. Then came the timing. Without any apparent coordination, people began waking at precisely 4 in the morning. Not all at once, but individually, sitting bolt upright in their beds with expressions of profound unease before settling back into sleep. I started keeping a log, marking down each instance, watching the pattern emerge like a constellation of insomnia. The synchronized breathing became a nightly occurrence. From my room, I could hear it begin each night at exactly 4:17 a.m. 17 sets of lungs moving in perfect harmony for exactly 23 minutes before returning to normal. I timed it obsessively, noting variations that seemed to follow some indecipherable pattern. The duration never varied by more than a few seconds, as if controlled by some internal metronome that had infected the entire camp. Sleep became my enemy. I started taking stimulants, drinking coffee until my hands shook, doing anything to avoid the vulnerability of unconsciousness. Because on the nights when exhaustion finally claimed me, I would dream of standing in that hallway again, watching the armory door swing open, feeling that terrible attention focused on me. And in those dreams, I began to understand that the shadow wasn't visiting us. It was collecting something. Week by week, subtle changes crept through the camp like a slow-motion infection. Conversations grew more subdued, laughter less frequent. People moved with an unconscious synchronization, falling into step with each other during daily activities, pausing mid-sentence at the same moments, turning their heads in unison towards sounds only they could hear. When I pointed this out, they looked at me with those same careful expressions of concern. I became convinced that I was the only one left unchanged, the sole remaining individual in a growing collective that pretended normally during daylight hours. The theory felt simultaneously paranoid and undeniable. Every knowing glance between staff members, every perfectly timed group activity, every moment of uncanny coordination seemed to confirm my worst fears. The breaking point came during the 3rd week when I discovered the logbook hidden beneath a loose floorboard in the armory. I found a leather-bound journal filled with entries dating back decades. Page after page of meticulous documentation written in different hands but describing identical encounters. Counselors from summers past, all reporting the same phenomena: the opening door, the shadow figure, the synchronized breathing, the gradual change in camp dynamics. But it was the final entry in each year's section that made my hands shake as I read. Without exception, every observer eventually wrote the same conclusion. They had been wrong about everything. The shadow wasn't an intruder. It was a liberator. The synchronization wasn't infection. It was harmony. And their initial terror had been nothing more than the death throes of an isolation they'd never realized was suffering. Each final entry was signed with the same phrase: "Finally, I understand. Finally, I belong." The handwriting of the most recent entry was unmistakably mine. I have no memory of writing those words, no recollection of the revelation they describe. Yet there they are in my own careful script dated 3 days ago. Below them in fresher ink, someone had added a new line in the same handwriting: The new observer will be chosen tomorrow. The cycle continues. I'm writing this now by lamplight, watching the clock approach 4 a.m., feeling the familiar weight of expectation settling over the cabin like a shroud. Outside my window, I can see the armory door. And I know with absolute certainty that tonight it will open again. The question that terrifies me isn't whether I'll see the shadow figure. It's whether I'll still care when I do. The synchronized breathing has already begun. And for the first time, I feel my own rhythm starting to match theirs. In, pause, out, in, pause, out. It's surprisingly peaceful. This surrender of individual will. Part of me wonders why I fought it for so long. But another part, the part that's still frantically scribbling these words, knows that once I join that collective rhythm completely, whoever reads this account will face the same choice I'm facing now. Fight the inevitable and suffer in isolation, or accept the shadow's gift and find peace in belonging. The armory door is opening now, and my breathing is synchronizing despite every effort to resist. The shadow figure emerges, darker than the space between stars, and I finally understand what it's been trying to show me all along. We were never meant to be alone. The pen is falling from my hands now, and my breathing matches perfectly with 17 others. In a few moments, I'll join them in whatever comes next, and someone new will take up the vigil. They'll resist at first, just as I did, convinced they're the only one who sees clearly, but eventually they'll understand. Eventually, they'll write their own final entry. Eventually, they'll belong. The shadow is standing beside me now, and I'm no longer afraid. I'm going to set this journal back in its hiding place, where the next observer will find it when their time comes. They'll read these words and think they understand what's happening. But understanding can only come through experience. I can feel my individuality dissolving like sugar in rain, and it's the most beautiful sensation I've ever. Story 11. The rain had been falling for 3 hours straight, turning the city streets into mirrors that reflected nothing but empty promises of warmth. I'd been driving for ride-share companies long enough to know that nights like these brought out the desperate ones. People who needed to be somewhere else. More than they needed to be safe. The dashboard clock glowed 2:47 a.m. as I pulled up to the address on Maple Street. Windshield wipers fighting a losing battle against the downpour. She stumbled out of the townhouse before I could even park properly. Her silhouette wavering against the porch light like a candle flame in wind. Even from a distance, I could tell she was drunk. Not the giggly, harmless kind, but the deep, hollow drunk that comes from trying to drown something that refuses to die. Her designer coat was soaked through, clinging to her frame as she navigated the slick sidewalk with the careful precision of someone who knew they were impaired, but refused to acknowledge it. The passenger door opened with a gush of cold air and the sharp scent of expensive perfume mixed with alcohol. She slumped into the seat without looking at me, her breath fogging the window immediately. Water dripped from her dark hair onto the leather seat, each drop marking time like a metronome counting down to something I couldn't yet name. "Airport," she said, her voice thick and distorted. "Terminal B." I adjusted the rearview mirror to get a better look at her, a habit I developed after too many nights picking up strangers. What I saw made me pause. She was staring straight ahead, her hands folded in her lap with unnatural stillness. But in the reflection, her fingers were moving, tracing patterns in the air that looked almost like letters, almost like words I couldn't quite read. The engine hummed as we pulled away from the curb, joining the sparse late-night traffic. The city looked different in the rain, distorted and uncertain, as if reality itself was having second thoughts. Streetlights created long, wavering columns of yellow that seemed to bend and shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The radio crackled with static between stations, occasionally picking up fragments of talk shows and late-night confessions that felt too intimate for strangers to hear. I glanced at the mirror again. My passenger had tilted her head back against the headrest, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, but her reflection was sitting forward, alert, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. When I looked directly at her through the seat, she was definitely unconscious, her breathing deep and regular. The mirror told a different story entirely. The rational part of my mind. The part that had kept me sane through 4 years of night driving, through encounters with everything from sobbing college students to aggressive businessmen who thought they owned the world. Tried to explain what I was seeing. Distorted glass, poor lighting, stress from too many consecutive shifts. The brain's tendency to fill in gaps with whatever fears happened. To be lurking in the subconscious. But rationality had limits, and mine were being tested with every mile. 20 minutes into the drive, somewhere along the industrial stretch where warehouses loomed like sleeping giants, I noticed the second reflection. It was subtle at first, just a shadow in the back seat that seemed too solid, too present for empty space. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, adjusted the mirror angle. The shadow remained, gaining definition with each passing street light. By the time we reached the highway on-ramp, it had features. The thing in the back seat, and I had started thinking of it as a thing, rather than trying to rationalize it away, was leaning forward, reaching toward my shoulder with fingers that looked too long, too pale. It moved independently of my passenger, who remained slumped against the window, but it mimicked her facial features with disturbing accuracy, like looking at a photograph negative of someone you knew. Familiar yet fundamentally wrong. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter, knuckles white against the black leather. The speedometer needle trembled at 65. The legal limit I maintained religiously because getting pulled over meant questions, and questions meant having to explain things I couldn't explain to myself. The reflection thing was closer now, its approximation of my passenger's face hovering just inches from my shoulder in the mirror's reality. I could feel something like breath against my neck. Though when I turned to look directly behind me, there was nothing but empty seat and the unconscious woman who had hired me to drive her across a city that suddenly felt vast and unknowable. I tried focusing on the mundane details that usually anchored me during strange nights. The GPS voice announcing turns in its artificially cheerful tone. The smell of coffee from the travel mug in the cup holder. Gone cold hours ago. The gentle vibration of the road beneath the tires, steady and predictable. Normal things for a normal night with a normal passenger who happened to be drunk and unfortunate enough to need an airport ride at 3 o'clock in the morning. But normal was slipping away like water through cupped hands. The reflection of my passenger had opened its eyes. Eyes that remained firmly closed on the real woman beside me. In the mirror, she was mouthing words I couldn't hear. Her expression urgent, almost pleading. The thing behind her had extended one impossible finger to barely graze the reflection of my shoulder, and I swear I felt the touch like ice against my jacket. I pulled off at the next exit, telling myself I needed gas, though the tank was 3/4 full. The all-night station sat under harsh fluorescent lights that turned everything the color of old bones. As I parked, my passenger stirred for the first time since getting in the car, lifting her head just enough to look around with glassy confusion. "Where are we?" she asked. And her voice sounded different, clearer, more present. "Just stopping for gas," I lied, watching her in the mirror. Both reflections, hers and the thing's, were looking directly at me now, though the woman in the passenger seat was staring out the side window. "I don't remember getting in a car," she said slowly, and something cold settled in my stomach like a stone dropping into still water. I got out and walked around to her window, needing to confirm what I suspected but hoped against. When I tapped on the glass, she turned toward me and I saw her face clearly for the first time. Young, maybe 30, with the kind of exhaustion that comes from more than just alcohol. But there was something else there, something that made me step back involuntarily. Her eyes were focused and alert, completely sober and filled with a terror that mirrored my own. "How long have I been asleep?" she asked as I got back in the car. And I realized that the reflection I'd been watching all night hadn't been showing me her at all. It had been showing me something else entirely, something that had been using her face, her features, her presence as a mask while she was unconscious and vulnerable. "About 40 minutes, I answered, my voice steadier than I felt. In the rear-view mirror, the thing in the back seat was no longer trying to touch my shoulder. It was reaching for her instead, its fingers stretched toward the base of her skull, almost making contact. She followed my gaze to the mirror and went absolutely still. "Do you see it, too?" she whispered. And I understood then that we were both caught in something neither of us had asked for. Something that fed on the spaces between sleeping and waking, between reflection and reality. The rest of the drive passed in a silence broken only by the steady rhythm of rain against windshield and the occasional direction from the GPS. Neither of us looked at the mirror again, though I could feel the presence growing stronger, more solid, as if our acknowledgement had given it permission to exist more fully in whatever space existed between the real world and its reflection. At the airport, she paid through the app without speaking and got out of the car quickly, almost running toward the terminal entrance. I watched her go, noting how she moved, alert, purposeful, nothing like the stumbling drunk woman who had gotten into my car an hour earlier. As her figure disappeared through the automatic doors, I finally allowed myself to look at the rearview mirror one last time. The back seat was empty, both in reality and reflection. But on the passenger seat where she had been sitting, there was a wet handprint on the window that I knew hadn't been there when she left the car. The print was facing inward, as if someone had been pressing against the glass from outside, trying to get in rather than out. I drove home through empty streets, windows down despite the rain, needing the cold air to remind me that some things were still real, still predictable. But even now, 3 days later, I find myself checking mirrors obsessively. Bathroom mirrors, storefront windows, the black screen of my phone when it's turned off. Because sometimes, just for a moment, I catch glimpses of movement that doesn't match my own. Shadows that lag behind by just a fraction of a second, as if something is learning to be me better than I am. I haven't driven for the ride-share company since that night. I tell people I'm taking a break, that I need time to figure out what I want to do next. But the truth is simpler and more complicated than that. I'm afraid of what might get into my car next, and more afraid of what might already be there, waiting in the spaces between what we see and what we think we see, between the person we are and the person we appear to be. Sometimes I wonder if she made it onto her flight or if whatever was wearing her face completed the transaction, collected her luggage, and walked onto a plane bound for somewhere else, carrying her appearance into a world that would never know the difference. Sometimes I wonder if the woman I drove that night was ever real at all, or if I was just the latest in a series of drivers who thought they were helping someone get home when they were actually providing transportation for something that had no home, no destination, no purpose except to move from one reflection to the next. And sometimes when I'm shaving in the morning or checking my appearance before leaving the house, I pause and study my own reflection carefully, looking for signs that it might not entirely be my own anymore, that something might have learned to imitate me so perfectly that even I can't tell the difference. Those are the moments when I understand that the most terrifying possibility isn't that what happened that night was real. It's that it's still happening. Story 12. The radio crackled to life at 11:47 p.m., spitting static and desperation into the humid cab of my tow truck. 23 years I'd been hauling broken dreams off these back roads, and I could tell by the tremor in dispatch's voice that this wasn't going to be routine. Unit 7, we've got a situation on Route 47, mile marker 23. Semi-trail, no driver visible. Caller hung up before giving details. I pressed the talk button, feeling the familiar weight of late-night exhaustion settling into my bones. Copy that, dispatch. ETA 15 minutes. The headlights carved twin tunnels through the darkness as I pulled onto Route 47. That lonely stretch of asphalt that connected nowhere to nothing. Out here, civilization was just a memory, replaced by an endless corridor of pine trees that pressed against the road like curious giants. The radio had gone silent after my confirmation, leaving only the steady hum of my diesel engine and the rhythmic thump of tires on worn pavement. The air conditioning wheezed against the oppressive heat that even midnight couldn't chase away. Sweat traced lazy paths down my neck, though something about the moisture felt wrong. Too cold, too persistent. I cranked the AC higher, but the chill that was settling into my chest had nothing to do with temperature. Mile marker 23 materialized in my headlight beam like a pale finger pointing into the void. Just beyond it, the massive silhouette of a semi-trail sat askew across both lanes, its rear end angled toward the Trian. The trailer was one of those long-haul rigs, unmarked white panels that could have been carrying anything from furniture to frozen food. But it was the cab that made me slow my approach to a crawl. The driver's door hung open like a broken wing. Interior light spilling out in a sickly yellow rectangle that seemed to pulse with each beat of my heart. From my position 50 yards back, I could see that the cab was empty. Completely empty. Not just vacant, but hollowed out. As if whatever had occupied that space had been extracted. I parked at an angle, positioning my truck to block traffic from both directions. Though at this hour on this road, traffic was about as likely as finding a Starbucks. The emergency strobes painted everything in alternating waves of red and blue, transforming the ordinary darkness into something that seemed to breathe and shift at the edges of my vision. The silence hit me as soon as I killed the engine. Not the peaceful quiet of a country night, but something heavier, more deliberate. Even the insects had gone mute, as if nature itself was holding its breath. My boots crunched on loose gravel as I approached the semi. The sound unnaturally loud in the vacuum of silence. The smell reached me before I got within 10 feet of the cab. Not diesel fuel or motor oil, but something metallic and sharp that made my nostrils burn. It reminded me of the air after lightning strikes. Ozone heavy and electric. But underneath that was something else. Something organic and wrong that I couldn't quite place. I pulled my flashlight from my belt, though the interior light from the cab provided more illumination than I wanted. The beam played across the driver's seat, revealing deep gouges in the vinyl upholstery. The cuts were too precise to be random, too deliberate to be accidental. They formed a pattern that my mind struggled to process. Intersecting lines that seemed to suggest something had gripped the seat from inside, then pulled itself out. But it was the windshield that made my hands start to shake. 4 parallel scratches scored the glass from the inside, each one about the width of my thumb. They started at the bottom of the windshield and curved upward, ending in spiderweb fractures near the top. The scratches were too deep for fingernails, too perfectly spaced for any tool I could imagine. They looked like claw marks, but claws made of something harder than bone, sharper than steel. I played the flashlight beam across the cab's interior, cataloging details that my rational mind insisted had to have logical explanations. The keys still dangled from the ignition. A half-eaten sandwich sat on the passenger seat, fresh enough that the lettuce hadn't wilted. A coffee cup in the center console still held liquid that steamed faintly in the cool night air. Whatever had happened here had happened fast. I keyed my radio with trembling fingers. Dispatch, Unit 7, I'm going to need police backup out here. The driver is missing. Static answered me. Pure white static that seemed to go on forever. I tried again, adjusting the frequency. Checking the connections. Nothing. The radio was working. I could see the transmission indicator lighting up, but no one was answering. That's when I noticed the trees. The pine forest that lined Route 47 was wrong. Not obviously wrong, not in any way that I could immediately articulate, but wrong in the way that makes your hind brain scream warnings that your conscious mind can't quite decode. The trees were too still, their branches frozen in positions that didn't match the gentle breeze I could feel on my face. And they were watching me. I know how that sounds. Trees don't watch anything. They're wood and bark and chlorophyll, nothing more. But every survival instinct I developed in my 53 years on this planet was telling me that something among those trees was taking careful note of my every movement. I forced myself to walk around the semi-trail, checking for signs of what might have happened. The trailer doors were sealed with official-looking tags. But when I pressed my ear against the metal panels, I could swear I heard movement inside. Not the settling of cargo, but something more purposeful. Something that responded to my presence. The scratching started as I completed my circuit around the trailer. It was faint at first, easily dismissed as the sound of branches scraping against metal in the breeze. But there was no breeze. The air had gone completely still, as if the world was trapped under a bell jar. The scratching came from multiple directions, a symphony of metallic scrapes that seemed to emanate from the forest itself. I backed toward my truck, keeping the flashlight beam moving in slow arcs across the tree. The scratching followed me, staying just at the edge of the darkness beyond my light. Sometimes I thought I caught glimpses of movement. Shadows shifting where shadows shouldn't exist. Shapes that were almost familiar but not quite human. My radio chose that moment to burst back to life. Unit 7. Dispatch, what's your status? I fumbled for the handset, nearly dropping it in my haste to respond. Dispatch, I need police backup immediately. The driver is gone and there's something. The line went dead. Not static this time, but complete silence, as if someone had unplugged the entire radio system. I tried the ignition, thinking I'd fire up the truck and get the hell out of there, but the engine wouldn't turn over. The starter clicked once, then nothing. The scratching was getting closer. I could see them now, or thought I could. Shapes moving between the trees with a fluid grace that no earthly creature possessed. They stayed just beyond the reach of my flashlight, but I caught glimpses of elongated limbs and surfaces that reflected light like polished metal. The scratching sounds were coming from their movement. Claws or talons dragging across bark, across metal, across anything they touched. My breath came in short, sharp gasps as I backed against my truck. The metal felt solid and real against my spine, but everything else had taken on the quality of a fever dream. The air shimmered with heat distortions that had no source, and the scratching sounds had evolved into something that almost resembled communication, patterns and rhythms that suggested intelligence. That's when I saw the driver. He stood at the edge of the forest, perfectly still, perfectly normal, except for the fact that he cast no shadow despite the blazing emergency strobes from my truck. He was middle-aged, wearing a plaid shirt and jeans, looking exactly like every long-haul trucker I'd ever met. But his eyes reflected light like an animal's, and when he smiled, his teeth seemed to go on forever. He raised one hand in a casual wave, as if we were old friends meeting at a diner. His fingers were too long, and they ended in points that caught the strobing light like chrome. "Engine trouble?" he asked, his voice carrying clearly across the 50 yards between us, despite the fact that he spoke no louder than a whisper. I wanted to answer, wanted to ask him what had happened, wanted to demand an explanation for the claw marks and the emptiness and the wrongness that permeated everything. But my voice had abandoned me completely. All I could do was stare as he began walking toward me with movements that were too smooth, too flowing, as if his joints worked on entirely different principles than human anatomy allowed. Behind him, more shapes emerged from the forest. They moved like liquid mercury, reflecting light from sources that didn't exist. Their forms shifting and flowing in ways that made my eyes water to follow. They weren't quite human, but they weren't quite anything else either. They existed in the spaces between categories, in the gaps where logic goes to die. The driver stopped just beyond the reach of my emergency lights, still smiling that impossible smile. "You called for a tow." That's when I understood. The call had never been about the truck. The truck was bait left there like a spider's web stretched across the only road that connected the civilized world to whatever existed in the spaces between. And I had driven straight into it, following protocol and routine right up to the moment when routine revealed itself to be an illusion. My hands found the door handle of my truck, muscle memory guiding them while my mind struggled to process what I was seeing. The metal was ice cold despite the summer heat. And when I pulled the handle, nothing happened. The door had fused shut. Or perhaps it had never been a door at all. Perhaps my truck had never been a truck, and I had never been a tow truck driver, and this road had never connected anywhere real. The shapes from the forest had formed a circle around me now, their scratching sounds rising and falling in complex harmonies that bypassed my ears and resonated directly in my bones. They were beautiful and terrible, familiar and utterly alien, like half-remembered nightmares given form and substance. The driver took another step forward, his feet making no sound on the gravel. "The thing about roads," he said, his voice coming from everywhere and nowhere, "is that they always lead somewhere. The question is whether you're ready for the destination." I tried to run, but my legs had forgotten how to work. I tried to scream, but my lungs had forgotten how to breathe. All I could do was stand there as reality unraveled around me. As the certainties I built my life on revealed themselves to be tissue-thin facades stretched over an abyss of impossibility. The last thing I remember clearly is the driver reaching out with those two long fingers, touching my forehead with a gentleness that would have been comforting if it hadn't been coming from something that wore human shape, like an ill-fitting coat. "Welcome to the real Route 47, he whispered. Everything went dark. I found myself behind the wheel of my truck again, engine running, radio crackling with normal dispatch chatter. According to the clock on my dashboard, it was 11:45 p.m. According to my radio, I had a call on Route 47, mile marker 23. My hands were shaking as I picked up the handset. In the distance, I could see the glow of emergency strobes reflecting off the low-hanging clouds. Someone else had already responded to the call. Dispatch, Unit 7. I think I might be experiencing some kind of medical episode. I'm going to head back to base. Copy that, Unit 7. Unit 12 is handling the situation on Route 47. Get yourself checked out. I did a U-turn and drove back toward town, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. The emergency lights faded into the distance. This curve should have led to the treatment wing, where the building's more disturbing history had unfolded. Hydrotherapy rooms, electroshock therapy chambers, and the infamous isolation cells that had been sealed off decades before the hospital's closure. Instead, the corridor continued straight. I stopped walking and consulted the hand-drawn map I'd created from the official blueprints. According to my calculations, I should have reached the building's eastern wall 10 minutes ago. The treatment wing should have forced a 90 degrees turn to the north, leading to the building's rear exit near the old loading dock, but the corridor stretched ahead with the same institutional green walls, the same pattern of numbered doors, the same inadequate lighting fixtures hanging from the ceiling like dead insects. I retraced my steps, counting doorways and trying to correlate my position with the mental map I'd constructed. The numbers on the doors should have provided a reliable reference point, but they seemed to follow their own logic. Now, room 127 was followed by a 1 and 28, then 1 to 29, then 100 to 30, a sequence that should have been impossible given the building's actual dimensions. My breathing had become shallow and rapid, though I tried to control it through conscious effort. Urban exploration required maintaining calm in disorienting environments. And I'd handled worse situations than this. Abandoned subway tunnels that flooded with tidal changes. Factory complexes where structural damage created genuine navigation challenges. Mental hospitals in Detroit where drug users had created their own interior geography with makeshift walls and blocked passages. But Riverside was different because the building itself seemed to be changing. The realization hit me gradually, emerging from the accumulation of small inconsistencies rather than any single dramatic revelation. Doors that I remembered as brown were now painted green. Hallway intersections that had been positioned on my left were now appearing on my right. The institutional grey numbering system had somehow shifted to black lettering that looked freshly painted. I began marking my progress with small pieces of masking tape, placing them at eye level on door frames to create a trail I could follow back. The white tape provided stark contrast against the dark wood, and I felt a small measure of relief at creating some kind of reliable reference system. When I turned around 20 minutes later, the tape was gone. Not fallen to the floor, not partially removed, completely absent, as if it had never been placed. I checked every door frame in the immediate area, running my fingers over surfaces that should have borne adhesive residue. Nothing. The wood was smooth and unmarked, showing no sign that anything had ever been attached. That's when the whispering started. It began as something barely distinguishable from the building's natural sounds. The settling of old wood, the whisper of air through gaps in the structure, the distant dripping of water from damaged pipes. But gradually it resolved into something more specific. Not words exactly, but vocal sounds with the rhythm and cadence of human speech. The whispers seemed to come from behind the locked doors I'd already passed, as if the rooms I'd vacated were now occupied by invisible presences. I pressed my ear against several doors, trying to isolate the sounds and determine their source. The wood was thick enough to muffle most sounds, but the whispers seemed to emanate from within the material itself rather than from spaces beyond. My flashlight began behaving erratically, its beam flickering despite fresh batteries installed that morning. The inconsistent illumination created a strobe effect that made the corridor appear to shift and writhe around me. Shadows became unstable, stretching and contracting with each pulse of light. I tried my cell phone, hoping to call someone who could serve as an anchor to the outside world. The device showed no signal, which was expected given the building's remote location and concrete construction. But the screen also displayed the wrong time, hours earlier than it should have been, as if time itself had become unreliable within Riverside's walls. The sensation of being watched intensified until it became nearly unbearable. Every doorway seemed to hide an observer. Every corner suggested hidden eyes tracking my movements. I found myself walking faster, then jogging, then running through corridors that stretched endlessly ahead without offering any sign of an exit. The running helped temporarily, providing a sense of forward momentum that felt like progress, even when the scenery remained unchanged. But eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop, and I found myself in a section of corridor that looked identical to every other section I'd traversed. The doors here bore the same numbering system, but the sequence had somehow reset. Room 101 again, followed by 102, 103, continuing with mathematical precision down a hallway that shouldn't have existed according to any logical architectural plan. I tried one of the door handles, expecting the same immovable resistance I'd encountered earlier. This time the door opened easily. The room beyond was identical to the first office I'd explored, the same overturned filing cabinets, the same scattered papers, the same massive oak desk positioned to face a single window. Even the arrangement of debris on the floor matched my memory exactly, as if I'd somehow circled back to the beginning of my exploration. But according to my internal compass and sense of direction, I was now in the building's western wing, nowhere near the administrative offices where I'd started. I photographed the room compulsively, comparing the images to those I'd taken hours earlier. Every detail matched perfectly, the specific pattern of papers scattered across the floor, the angle at which the desk chair had fallen, even the way moonlight cast shadows through the grimy window. When I tried to leave, the door locked behind me with that same definitive click I'd heard when entering the building. The corridor beyond was the same endless repetition of institutional green walls and numbered doors. But now I understood that the repetition wasn't accidental or the result of architectural similarity. Riverside wasn't just preventing my exit. It was actively recreating itself, generating new corridors that followed the same pattern while leading nowhere. I was trapped in a building that had somehow become infinite. A structure that defied physical laws by continuing to expand beyond its original boundaries. The doors that locked behind me weren't malfunctioning. They were functioning exactly as the building intended, forcing me to continue forward through a maze that created itself as I progressed. The whispers grew louder, resolving into something that almost resembled conversation. Multiple voices speaking in overlapping rhythms that suggested dialogue without ever quite becoming comprehensible words. They seemed to be discussing my presence, debating something about my situation in tones that ranged from curious to concerned to something that might have been hunger. My flashlight finally died completely, leaving me in darkness that seemed actively hostile. But somehow I could still see, not clearly, but well enough to distinguish walls from doorways. To identify the continuing pattern of the corridor ahead. The light source was unclear, seeming to emanate from the walls themselves rather than from any specific fixture. It provided just enough illumination to continue walking while leaving everything else shrouded in uncertainty. I'd stopped trying to keep track of time or distance. The corridor might have stretched for miles or mere yards. Spatial relationships had become as unreliable as everything else within Riverside's expanded boundaries. My legs moved automatically, carrying me forward through repetitions of the same architectural pattern while my mind struggled to process what was happening. Was this a psychological breakdown triggered by isolation and stress? Had I been exposed to some kind of hallucinogenic substance, residual medication that had somehow survived 30 years of abandonment? Or was Riverside State Hospital something more than an abandoned building, something that had retained an active presence despite its official closure? The distinction felt increasingly irrelevant. Whether the experience was objectively real or the product of mental deterioration, I remained trapped within it. The corridor continued ahead with the same relentless consistency, offering no variation that might suggest an exit or end point. But gradually I became aware of changes in the pattern. Subtle alterations that suggested the building was evolving rather than simply repeating. Door numbers began appearing in different sequences, sometimes skipping values or introducing letters alongside the numerals. The institutional green paint showed variations in shade, ranging from pale mint to deep forest colors that seemed to shift depending on the viewing angle. Most significantly, some of the doors had begun opening on their own. Not all at once, but sporadically, as if the building was selectively revealing its contents. Through these openings, I glimpsed spaces that shouldn't have existed according to any logical floor plan. Rooms that extended far beyond the building's external dimensions, chambers with ceilings that disappeared into darkness overhead, corridors that branched off at impossible angles. The whispers were now clearly coming from these opened rooms, voices that seemed to be calling my name or something that sounded like my name. They spoke with the cadence of invitation, suggesting that I should abandon the main corridor and explore these new spaces that the building was offering. I resisted the temptation, maintaining my forward progress through the primary hallway. Some instinct warned me that entering those rooms would lead to an even deeper level of entrapment, that the building was offering them as diversions to prevent me from finding whatever passed for an exit in this twisted geography. But the corridor ahead showed no sign of ending, and my resistance was beginning to weaken. The repetitive pattern of walls and doors had become hypnotic, lulling my conscious mind into a state where the offered room seemed increasingly attractive as alternatives to endless forward movement. Behind me, I could hear the soft sound of doors closing. The rooms that had opened were sealing themselves again, as if the building was withdrawing its invitations. The whispers faded accordingly, leaving me alone with the sound of my own footsteps echoing in the infinite corridor. That's when I realized the most disturbing truth of all. I was no longer certain I wanted to leave. The outside world had begun to feel abstract and distant, while Riverside's strange geometry was becoming familiar and almost comforting. The building's logic was alien, but consistent, following rules I was beginning to understand, even if I couldn't articulate them. Maybe this was how the asylum had always functioned, not as a place to house patients, but as a trap for consciousness itself, a structure designed to contain minds that wandered too far from conventional reality. Maybe the patients had never left because they'd discovered something here that the outside world couldn't offer. A place where the normal rules didn't apply. Where existence could follow different patterns. I continue walking through corridors that stretch beyond any reasonable architectural possibility. Listening to whispers that might be my own thoughts echoing in spaces that exist only in the margins of perception. Whether Riverside State Hospital is real or imaginary no longer matters. I am here, and here continues forever. And the door behind me locked with the sound of a decision I may have made long before I ever found this place. The corridor ahead curves slightly to the left, promising something different around the next corner, though I know by now that such promises are never kept in quite the way I expect them to be.